Thank you for the gift of wisdom. Thank you for the gift of understanding that you've given these great people, great academicians, great researchers that have gathered here, Jehovah God. We thank you, dear Lord, for Ahead of Us Square Conference. We want to commit it unto your hands, O Lord of glory. We want to commit every presenter, every speaker, every person that will take any responsibility, any task in this conference, we present them unto you. We pray that, dear Lord of glory, we will find mercy in your presence, Lord. We will find grace. We will find, King of glory, the strength that comes from you, Jehovah God. That each and every participant will be guided of your Holy Spirit. We pray for the success of this conference. We pray, dear Lord of glory, because you meet the desires of our hearts. Many are loaded with many desires for the success of this conference. We pray that you will gratify these desires for the glory and honor of your name. Thank you, dear Lord of glory, for the management of this university. Thank you for the management of this conference. Thank you for all the people that have collaborated for this conference. We pray that, dear Lord, you are going to bless them. We thank you and we worship you as we begin this conference today. And as we come to the end tomorrow, we are going to give all the glory and all the honor. In Jesus' name we pray.
Thank you. We may take to thank you. And bring us together for our achievement today from Gates Foundation, Dr. Rando Kendrick. We may take our second Yale University. May take a step behind them. Yeah. The delegation from Yale, Kendrick, may take a step behind our church yesterday. Dr. Radoban. Our chief guest, Dr. Radoban of Gates Foundation, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Tharaka County, Ms. Nairi Nyadalibia, Professor Mutele, Institute Chuka University, Professor Judith Waundo, KU Winnie, Hamlinda, representative from the university and head of delegation, CCC member for education in Tharaka County, Madam Dorothy Naivasha, Chief Officer President, ladies and gentlemen. Hamjambo. In Kenya, you can use either hello or hamjambo. Along with your permission, I bring a few entertainments from our little kids. And the permission, sir, allow me to invite Munga. We have a singing game from the little children who are beneficiaries of this program. Remember, it is that International Women Economic Empowerment Conference held here at Chuka University, and VC Mutele is our host today with this great facility. And the theme for the conference this year is evidence-based solutions for transformative actions. Normally kama tayari nimewa watoto nisema watoto wake waje kwangu ni baraka. It's a blessing. And as I said, you have someone to assist me. Here the These are pupils from Munga. They have a poem from our singing game. And I'm told they are appreciation is of the program. So we wish to hear what they have and what they are prepared for this. Na wachezaji wetu tunawapigia makofi. Wale watoto wadogo wakianza tunawapigia makofi. Wakati tunawapigia makofi wakimaliza we encourage them. Allow children to play. Wanajiandaa ya preparing church to come for the second time is a singing day. Wakati wao we want to take a shot. We are sitting in a sitting school. There is a time guidance by the teacher.
Watoto wa shule tunapenda kucheza. Kucheza tunapenda tunapenda kuimba. Gari ya moshi inaenda sana na mzio wake chini taratibu.
Now the train is taking off. The train of Transformative is taking off. Clap for our people. There we go. Makofi mazuri, makofi mazuri.
Thank you, our chief guest. That was great for entertainment from our young boys and girls in school. The appreciation of this program and the project. And you can really see that they have skills and they are doing it very well. I wish to recognize Professor Nduru, who is the business lecturer at University, Professor Kinjiki, who is here with us, Professor Chalo, who has been in this program for quite a while, and is also our host. Dr. Matata, thank you for joining us, and all other stakeholders who have joined us today. Without further ado, just allow me now to invite Professor Judy Wauto, KU Wika leader, who is going to introduce her team that will come along, and also for to her opening remarks. Welcome.
Our chief guest, Dr. Randall Vance, is presenting the Chief Foundation. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Mr. Zagata, Mr. Zeredi, the VCC of Chuka University, Professor Mtendei, the Vice Chancellor, representative from Kenyatta University, Professor Flora, Deputy DVC, Chuka University, academic, Professor Gilbert Nduru Baka, the CECM, Honorable for Chuka County, that is Honorable Dorothy Naivasha. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I want to welcome you to this third Kenyatta University Women Economic Empowerment Hub. We have had several conferences, one in 2023 and another one 2024. So this is the last one, the third one. So I want to welcome you and ask you to feel free throughout the preparation. I want to tell you a little bit about the program or the project. The project we have been running for the last 6 years is entitled What Works to Improve Women Economic Empowerment in Kenya. This was started by the Gates Foundation through competitive bidding. In this project, we have 14 research projects, 13 of them which have been completed, and in the area you will see posters of those completed conferences. So I encourage you during the exhibition to see some of those projects that have been completed. Now we have only one project which we have been running since 2024. And this is called an RCT on the women and children. This project is anchored in Tharaka Nithi, and I want to say that everything we have done on this project has been done within Tarakaniti. And that's the reason why we are also holding this conference within Tarakaniti County. On this project, as I said, we are focusing on the children and the mothers, because the project was on what works to improve women economic empowerment. This project has many partners. There's Kenyatta University, as I said, there's the Gates Foundation, Yale University, who are represented here, University of Bangkok, University of West Indies, Common Core Research, who help us in the data collection, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, who we are expecting to come and join us, and many other players. What we hope to do in this conference, one, we want to disseminate the results of this randomized controlled trial. A very interesting kind of experiment in terms of experimental research. It's a gold standard. So we want to share the design and the results. We carried out the baseline study article in 2024, December. Then we carried out the midline, and then now in 2025, November, December, we carried out the headline. And we have shared the baseline, we have shared the midline with the county. Now, during this session, we want to share the outcome of the headline study. Very interesting. The other thing we want to do during this convening is to see where do we go from here. We are sharing the results, and the results from what we have seen are very positive. So we'll have a policy dialogue on what next, and that is going to follow after the tea break. Again, during this two-day seminar, we are going to launch the National Women Economic Empowerment Index. This index, we developed it with partnership with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. So they came up with indicators to measure throughout the country. So it's going to be launched by the Director General of the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. And we are hoping this index will help counties invest in or gender issues, because gender has been a problem. And we are hoping through competitive scorecard, the counties can now invest some resources in women economic empowerment. So throughout the seminar, we encourage you to listen to the results. During the preliminary, we are just going to listen to key research from the study. But thereafter, there are individual sessions which now document or share the comprehensive research finding of this study. For me, as the coordinator of this project, I want to appreciate the Gates Foundation. And the Gates Foundation actually has worked with us. This RCT has been very complicated to run because it has diverse experts, as you will see from the results. It is also having a lot of components. So it takes a lot of resources, and the people who have been working with me, especially in the county, can attest to this complication of this particular project. But I'm glad to say that we have brought it to an end, and the results are posted. So we'll listen to that. With those few remarks, I want to recognize the people from different organizations who are here. Let's start with Kenyatta University. Can we have members from Kenyatta University? If you're there, just stand up. Yeah, that's the Kenyatta University team. Sit down. Let me also have the researchers of this team, all the researchers, including our colleagues from here. Can you stand up? The researchers from this team. Again, these are the people who have worked on this project, and as they show the design, you will see how complicated the research was all about. So thank you very much for working on that. Can I also recognize the organizing committee? The organizing committee has been meeting since January, so I just want to acknowledge their contribution towards this conference. Yeah, we want to thank you for how far you have brought us. So the test will be now to implement what you have planned. Thank you very much. Right, so basically those are the people I want to recognize and just say thank you. To the rest of the participants, we thank you for honoring our invitation, and I hope you enjoy your conference. At this juncture, let me invite my colleague from Yale University, Dina Ford, to make a few remarks. Thank you. Yes, Martin.
Thank you. Hang on. Thank you, Prof, for your opening remarks. Now we have some background information about this program and the conference that we have today. Our chief guest, I want to request for your permission again. We get some more 2 schools, small children that have some presentation from Ndunguri. Kindly, we have a poem and 2 solo verses that we wish to have them presented to us. We get to see what the children have to offer before we invite a Yale University representative to make her remarks and also introduce her team. Ndunguri, watoto wazuri tuwapigeni makofi wakija for confidence. In nutshell, they are appreciating their teachers and they say they are very important, and in shaping their life. So all the teachers in the house, clap for yourself. Thank you. With this forum for women empowerment, we have, if you look at the program, there's a beautiful lady over there. She's Rosa Jackie Kinya. She could be here. Yeah, she's here. And I'm told she's a beneficiary of this program for women economic empowerment. Yeah, clap for her. Asante sana, Kongole. Asante, you may take your seat. Allow me to invite Kagera with a poem. Sasa huyu ni mtoto mmoja, lakini ni shujaa. She's a hero, heroine.
Nikatuji kutoka shule ya Kagera, daraja 2101 niwashie taa na chopo la Kiswahili. Napenda sana kucheza, siku yote nakimbia, lakini ninakatiza usiku ukiingia. Mamangu anaimiza nyumbani kukimbilia. Mama niwashie taa, bado nataka kucheza. Mama ameniambia nisicheze kwenye giza, lakini naaminia aniwashie mwangaza. Jua liko wapi sasa? Mwangaza umepotea, nishalijua sasa. Naambiwa limetua. Mama niwashie taa, bado nataka kucheza. Asante.
Accolades to all the mothers in the house. All the mothers, clap for yourself now. Mtoto mdogo, shairi na pia malengo ya shairi hilo amelitunga kwa ustadi mkubwa sana. Allow me now to invite the last but not the least, Eruruma with a solo verse, another solo now. Eruruma, kama ko tayari, mwalimu amlete. Huyu amejipanga kabisa, pako na props. Wow, beautiful one. Hapa sasa ndio jua linalika ukoko. ako na mtisha. Kwa hivyo amepata power. Thank you very much. Naomba niletee mwanafunzi wa mwisho. Ako sawa? Haya, will they move? We had to move that one for the purposes of the camera people to get their right shot. So thank you, Prof, for accommodating us for that. Allow me to recognize and appreciate the partners that have walked the journey for this program and project. The Rakanithi County Government, Yale University, Gates Foundation, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, University of Bangor, University of West Edi, Chuka University, ECD Network, alongside other partners who have taken part in one way or the other. We really wish to recognize your effort and your hand in making this one a success. Now allow me to invite a representative of Yale University who is going to make her remarks and also introduce the delegation that you've come along with. Kindly, Yale University.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Deanna Ford. I'm Managing Director at Yale Inclusion Economics and Senior Advisor at Economic Growth Center. It's a great pleasure to be here today. A key motivation of this project has been that in Kenya, many children are not prepared for primary school. Recent national assessments indicate that many Kenyan children are attending school, but are not achieving age-appropriate literacy and numeracy competencies. And that is why the results of what we have to share with you today are so incredibly exciting. Through an intervention based on research from abroad, learning methods that have been proven to work in other contexts, adapted locally, not just to the Kenyan context, but to the Thorogenithi context, into the local languages for the children here, tested through top international standards of measurement and impact evaluation. That is what we come to share with you today. Through a research team across the county government, Kenyatta University, our team from Yale, Bangor University, University of West Indies, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, all the partners that we have worked with to come together with this, it has enabled a caliber of research that brings top international experts with local knowledge, local expertise to enable an intervention that has the evidence behind it so that it can be internationally recognized as an intervention that works. And that is what we bring you here today. We are an organization that has worked across the world. Your work here focuses largely in Kenya, and we're hoping with what is presented today, it can be what can help transform the future of education here in Thorogenithi and hopefully throughout Kenya. That is what we are coming here to work together with our partners to be able to do. Yes, we will share with you the research results, but it's up to many of you here, to those together that we work with in the county government, to enable Thorogenithi to be a model We really see the potential in this intervention to make real change. You saw the children here and what they presented. What you did not see, because it is inside their minds, what this intervention is doing to stimulate what is going on inside their heads. I don't want to share too much about what you're going to see and hear in the research presentations today, but it is really astounding. 3 years of schooling by World Bank standards of learning in primary schools accomplished in 1 year of preschool. That is what this intervention brings. We see impacts in child language, early literacy, early numeracy, cognitive development, and socio-emotional development in these children. Higher teacher satisfaction, less teacher burnout, improved classroom quality, and then also we see impacts in the households for mothers and for other children in the households. Very excited for our research team to be able to share with you this today. So let me introduce our team here from Yale and Bangor. Kostas Mikir is a professor at Yale University. Helen Baker-Henningham, professor at Bangor University and a Yale affiliate. Emma Lambert-Porter, research lead at Yale Economic Growth Center. And Ayush John, senior research manager at Yale Inclusion Economics and Economic Growth Center. One other thing I really want to highlight about the work that has been done. There is a role that we play, of course, bringing top experts who've worked on early childhood development interventions internationally, but it's really working with our partners here that makes this work have any relevance of what has the potential to happen going forward here in Kenya. And one thing that I'm really proud of in this project is the way that it has local owners of the project. Two people I'd like to recognize in particular. Brian Murphy is here in the audience, and he is from here in Throckmorton. Over the last 3 years, Brian has been mentored, trained. He has been undergoing a remote PhD program under the mentorship of our faculty in order to become the lead of this project of leading the intervention here. After 3 years of hard work and absorbing all of the expertise from the international team and the local team here, he has become the singular repository and expert of this intervention. This intervention is now owned here in Tharaka-Nithi. It was designed by an international collaborative team, but he now, even more than our team, and anyone on the research team, he is the person that knows how to deploy the intervention here in Tharaka-Nithi and to take it ahead in Kenya. And that, I think, is one of the greatest accomplishments of the project. I would like to highlight similarly Jacqueline Kanana. Is she here? I just saw her. Okay. She, similarly, one thing that was done in this project that was really important is to be able to measure learning that happens in the children. How do we know what is going on inside their brains? We see here the wonderful fruits of the program, but how do we know? We actually have internationally validated mechanisms for testing how much a child knows and learns over a certain period. But those measurement tools were not adapted for Kenya. They were not in the local language until this project. We now have tools that can very accurately assess the amount of learning that happens from a child through 1 year of schooling in the program. And Jacqueline is the person that worked very closely with our team to be able to lead that measurement, and is the person now here in the county who has that expertise. So we're very happy to see that. So let me just end by saying it is a pleasure to be here with you all. 3 years ago, Your Excellency, we planted a tree together at a school here in Chuka, I believe, nearby. And now we are seeing the fruits of that work, and I am so thrilled to be able to share that with you and have our team share that with you today. So thank you very much for welcoming us.
Thank you very much. I also wish to recognize the presence of Jeremiah Hireri. I wish to recognize the presence of Jeremiah Hireri, the Chairman ECD Directors Caucus, Council of Governors, and also the Director ECD Embu County. It's just arrived. Applause for him. And also Professor Caroline Dorua, DVC, Kenyatta University. Applause kindly. Now, allow me now to invite Professor Kindiki, DVC University. We return invite DVC Professor Duru to make their remarks. Before that, allow me to invite Professor Caroline Dorua, DVC Kenyatta University, to make her opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Our chief guest, Dr. Radu Ban, representative from the Gates Foundation, His Excellency Deputy Governor, Mr. Israel Niada, the Vice Chancellor, Chuka University, Professor Henry Mutumbe, the Deputy Director of Education, present, Honorable Dorothy Naivasha, CECM for Education, Vocational Training, Tharaka Nithi, Professor Judith Waudo, WeHub Leader, Professor Ford, Diana Ford, Yale University, Professor Kindiki, Professor Nduru, Deputy Vice Chancellors, Chuka University, esteemed partners, policymakers, and researchers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. It is indeed a great honor and pleasure to be here with you this morning for this conference, to have this conference here convened under the timely and important theme, Evidence-Based Solution for Transformative Actions, Initiatives for What Works for Women Economic Empowerment. I am here in two capacities. First, to represent the Vice Chancellor of Kenyatta University, who was unable to come due to another official engagement. And second, as the chairperson of the Kenyatta University Women Economic Empowerment Advisory Board. First, I would like to appreciate Chuka University for partnering with us to host this conference. Vice Chancellor, we want to let you know that we deeply appreciate you hosting us here today. Thank you very much. The role of the KU WeHub Advisory Board is to provide strategic guidance to the hub. It advises on policy development and implementation, reviews hub activities, research outcomes and progress, and ensures that the hub remains focused on its mandate. It also provides strategic advice on research quality, dissemination, advocacy, partnership, and investment-related decisions. The advisory board draws its members from diverse institutions in recognition of the national importance of the women economic empowerment agenda. Its membership includes representatives from the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Public Service, Human Capital Development and Special Programs, and the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action under the Ministry of Gender, Culture, the Arts, and Heritage. It also includes We Hub partners, namely Tharaka Nithi County Government, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, the Institute of Economic Affairs, the Gates Foundation, the Director of the Center for Gender Equity and Empowerment, and the KU We Hub leader. On behalf of the Advisory Board, I warmly congratulate the researchers for the excellent work they have undertaken in generating evidence on what works for women's economic empowerment. The use of a randomized control trial provides a robust and methodologically sound approach to building credible evidence. The findings emerging from the work are highly valuable for policymakers, county governments, development partners, education actors, researchers, and communities. I also sincerely congratulate and thank Tharaka Nithi County Government, Chuka University, Yale University, Bangor University, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, the Gates Foundation, Kenyatta University We Hub, and all partners who have supported this important work. Your commitment demonstrates that transformative action is possible when research policy, community needs, and institutional partnerships work together. As we disseminate the findings of this project, I encourage all of us to focus not only on what the evidence tells us, but also on how that evidence can be translated into practical action that improves the lives, livelihoods, opportunities, and agency of women and girls. The KU, and therefore we appreciate all who have participated in this project. I will now proceed to read the Vice Chancellor's speech. All protocols observed. Good morning. It is a great honor and privilege to welcome you all to this important dissemination conference on Kenya, on women's economic empowerment, child development, and school readiness. In the past 2 years, Kenyatta University, in collaboration with Yale University, Bangor University, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, and the county government of Tharaka Nithi, has implemented a rigorous research and intervention program examining the relationship between women's participation in economic activities and children's development outcomes. The goal of this study was to understand how early childhood intervention could promote women's economic participation as a women empowerment strategy. This involved enrolling 3-year-old children into PP1 classrooms as a play group with similar cohorts in control group. The message emerging from this study is both simple and profound. Women's economic empowerment is a cornerstone for child development and school readiness. The rationale is, when women have access to meaningful and equitable opportunities in the labor market, whether through formal employment, entrepreneurship, or access to productive resources, families thrive. Household incomes become more stable. Decision-making becomes more inclusive. And investments in children's health, nutrition, protection, and education improve significantly. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings me to a critical call to action. First, there is an urgent need to expand and protect opportunities for women in the labor market. This not only speaks to quality, and equity across genders, but also improves the household's well-being. We must confront structural barriers that continue to limit women's full participation, barriers such as unequal pay, limited access to credit and productive assets, informality of work, and social cultural constraints. Policies and programs must deliberately create enabling environments where women can not only participate, but also lead, innovate, and thrive. This includes strengthening skills development, promoting financial inclusion, supporting women-led enterprises, and ensuring safe, dignified, and inclusive working conditions. These revelations speak volumes to policymakers and human rights advocates. Second, we must invest intentionally in early and foundational learning. The evidence is unequivocal. The early years of a child's life lay the foundation for lifelong learning, productivity, and well-being. School readiness is not an isolated outcome or act. Rather, it is a product of deliberate nurturing care, responsive parenting, proper nutrition, health support, early stimulation, and quality early learning opportunities. When women are economically empowered, they are better situated to provide these essential foundations for their children. Therefore, investments in early childhood development, pre-primary education systems, parental support programs, and community-based child services must remain both a national and county priority. Ladies and gentlemen, the findings are not merely academic. They are deeply practical and policy relevant. They call for an integrated development framework where gender equality, economic empowerment, child well-being, and education are not treated as separate agendas, but as interconnected pillars of human capital development and sustainable development. At Kenyatta University, we take great pride in contributing to evidence that informs policy and transforms lives. This study exemplifies our commitment to research that is not only rigorous, innovative, and evidence-driven, but also responsive to societal needs and national development priorities as envisioned in Vision 2030 Blueprint. As an institution, Kenyatta University has remained keen on prudent resource management, accountability, and effective stewardship of research and development partnerships. We highly value collaborations and remain fully committed to building sustainable partnerships that advance impactful research, community transformation, and inclusive development. Going forward, the university stands ready and willing to continue working with local and international partners in this important space of women's empowerment, child development, and educational advancement. Today's conference offers us a valuable platform, not only to reflect on these findings, but also to chart a clear path toward implementation and upscaling of the findings. I therefore urge all stakeholders present, government agencies, developing partners, academia, civil society, and practitioners to translate this evidence into concrete policies, scalable programs, and sustainable investments that can improve the lives of women and children across our communities. Whatever we do or not do to children would always precipitate in adulthood. That's a quote. Together, we share both a responsibility and a unique opportunity to shape a development trajectory that is inclusive, equitable, evidence-based, and transformative for future generations. In closing, allow me to express my deepest appreciation to all our partners and participants. I particularly wish to acknowledge the dedication of our research team, led by KU WeHub leader Professor Judith Waudo and the Kenya Principal Investigator Professor Simon Onywere for the job well done. We also recognize the partners from Yale University and Bangor University and all our other partners. The contribution of the outstanding child psychologists and researchers from Kenyatta University, whose expertise and commitment have been instrumental throughout this process and cannot go unnoticed. Our international collaborators and funding agencies, Gates Foundation, gave the intervention the stature it deserved. The support of the governor of Tharaka Nithi County was amazing. We note with gratitude that our collaboration, commitment, and intellectual contribution have made this work possible. I thank you all for your presence, your engagement, and your continued partnership, and wish you fruitful deliberations and successful engagement throughout this conference. Thank you very much. I'd now like to invite the Deputy Director of Education to address us from the Ministry of Education.
Our chief guest, Dr. Raduban, representative from Gates Foundation, our Deputy Governor, Tharaka Nithi County, Professor Henry Mutembei, Vice Chancellor at Chuka University, Professor Gilbert Duru Baka, DVC, Chuka University, Professor Judith Waudo, KU WeHub leader, Professor Caroline Dorua, DVC, Rio Kenyatta University, Honorable Dorothy Naivasha, CCM Education and Vocational Training, Tharaka Nithi County, esteemed partners, policy makers and researchers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning again. I'm Samuel Jaffe from the Directorate of Early Childhood and Development at the Ministry of Education headquarters. I came to represent my director, Madam Martha Odudo. But while here, I was elevated to represent the national government. I'm privileged that I'll be reading the speech of the PS Ministry of Gender. So I want to read the speech. It is a profound honor to address this distinguished gathering at the 3rd International Women's Economic Empowerment Conference. Allow me to extend sincere gratitude to Kenyatta University through the KU WeHub, to Chuka University and Tharaka Nithi County for hosting this important event, and to the Gates Foundation for their steadfast financial support. I also commend our international partners, the Yale University, Bangor University, and the University of West Indies for contributing their expertise to this vital agenda. This conference, anchored on the theme evidence-based solutions to transformative actions, initiatives for what works for women's economic empowerment could not be more timely. We are at a decisive moment, one where research must meet policy, where evidence must be translated into action, and where the voices of women must shape the systems that govern their lives. Ladies and gentlemen, women are not merely participants in the economy, they are its innovators and backbone. Across Kenya, women are at the forefront of agriculture, small and medium enterprises, the informal sector, and community development. They are raising children, tilling land, running businesses, and sustaining households, often simultaneously. When women thrive economically, families are better nourished, children complete school, and communities flourish. Closing gender gaps in labor force participation will add a significant percentage to our GDP. However, the question before us today is not whether we should empower women, but what works for them. This is precisely why the work of the KU we have is important. Over the past years, the Hub has undertaken 12 rigorous analytical studies and a randomized control trial on childcare and women's work, conducted across 118 schools in Tharaka County. This research has generated context-specific evidence that policymakers urgently need. The findings of this RCT are particularly inclusive. By supporting child development through quality preschool interventions, women were enabled to allocate more time to economic activities. This establishes a direct and measurable link between early childhood education and women's economic empowerment and transformative knowledge that must now be translated into policy. Therefore, we must move from fragmented approaches to evidence-based programming and bridge the weak nexus between weak policies, programs, and gender data in Kenya. The KU We Have framework provides us with a roadmap to do exactly that. The government of Kenya remains deeply committed to women's economic empowerment. As a government, we appreciate that the government cannot carry its mandate fully without, so we are saying that the government cannot carry its full mandate, and we are saying that it cannot do this one alone. I call upon our development partners to continue investing in evidence generation and, more importantly, in the implementation of evidence-based solutions. I call upon the private sector to open their doors wider to women as employees, suppliers, and partners. I call upon county governments, and I particularly acknowledge Tharaka-Nithi County for their invariable partnership with the KU we have to embed these findings into county integrated development plans. To our researchers and academics, continue to generate rigorous context-relevant evidence, but equally engage with communities, policymakers, and practitioners so that research does not gather dust on library shelves. The TRIP framework must become standard practice. To women, entrepreneurs and leaders gathered here, your experiences, your innovations, and your resilience are themselves a form of evidence. Your voices must shape the policies and programs designed in your name. I'm confident that over these 2 days, this conference will produce actionable policy briefs that can inform national and county level programming. I look forward to the articulation of strategic partnership between academia, civil society, the public sector, and the private sector. I urge that the proceedings be widely disseminated through the KU journal and beyond, so that the knowledge generated here reaches those who need it most. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have an opportunity to move from aspiration to action. To take the evidence we have gathered, the partnerships we have built, and the political will, we must summon and turn into real lasting change in the lives of women, children, and the society at large. What we are saying as the national government, and particularly the Ministry of Education, we are ready and willing to listen to the views from the experts in this space, and as we said, it will continue informing policy at national level. Thank you. May God bless all of us.
Thank you very much for that inspiring message from the ministry. It's now my pleasure before I invite the DVC, I think we want to acknowledge the Dean, School of Humanities and Social Sciences, to wave and greet you. It's where his program. Thank you very much. And now it's my pleasure to invite Professor Kindiki, the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Administration and Finance, to greet you.
Thank you very much, our chief guest, His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of this county, Tharaka-Nithi County, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, our own Vice Chancellor, present, and the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Arthur, a team from Yale, the Ministry of Education, let me say all protocol observed. And if I miss anyone in protocol, please enter into that space of all protocol observed to save time. Then secondly, I would like to say that I'm not going to give a long speech because I'm inviting here to invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of ALSA, who invite our Vice Chancellor, Professor Mutembei. But as usual, before I sit down, I want to make just one comment concerning this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests, all participants of this conference, it is a pleasure to have you here and feel most welcome. Secondly, I would like to point out that your presence demonstrates a very important shared commitment to advancing women's economic inclusion, leadership, empowerment, and sustainable development. We can't say more than that, than to say that whatever we are going to come up after this 2 days conference is actually tailored to meet that expectation. May God bless you. Feel most welcome at Chuka University, the capacity as the Deputy Vice Chancellor, and I should have maybe mentioned my name, but it was mentioned before. My name is Professor Jonah Kindiki. But Professor Judy just mentioned my name, so I didn't see the point of repeating because I want to save time. Allow me to stop there and invite my colleague, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Chuka University in charge of ALSA, to come and give you a speech. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Professor Kindiki. I thank God this morning for the grace that we are here. Our guest of honor, Dr. Radu Ban, from Gates Foundation, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Tharaka Nithi, Israeli, sometimes called Wakimosho, yes, yes, Karibu sana. The Vice Chancellor at Chuka University, Professor Taikubo, the Deputy Vice Chancellor at KU here representing the Vice Chancellor at Kenyatta University, the CECM of Education, Dr. Honorable Dorothy Naivasha, and all protocols observed. I want to greet you in Jesus' name. Good morning. Good morning. The Lord is good, and all the time. Yeah, I want to appreciate that God has given each and every one of us an opportunity to be alive today, and by grace we are alive and well. And I appreciate that Chuka University became a university of choice for you to host this dissemination workshop or other conference, because this is a prophetic university, a prophetic space. We appreciate that you have become a part of the prophetic fulfillment of a prophecy given in 1951 that Chuka University, or Chuka, this space in Chuka, will become a mountain of education, where birds will fly from all over the world and come and perch in this place. They will feed on the fruits that grow on the trees we grow here, and they will go back joyfully. When I look at your faces, I see joyful birds that have come from all over the world, from Yale University, from Bengal University, yes, even from within. We are all together in this, and I want to appreciate you and welcome you to Chuka University. Thank you very much. Mine is very little, it's very, it's just short. I don't want to take much time because our time is far much spent, I know my boss will say everything after I say it. So I want us to together put our hands together and help me to welcome my distinguished Vice Chancellor.
Thank you, and welcome to Chuka University. Allow me to say welcome, karibuni, the guests of honor, Dr. Ladubani, His Excellency, the Deputy Governor, and all protocols observed. Good morning. Welcome to Chuka. Can everybody from Chuka clap and welcome all the guests that have visited us today? Welcome. And it is my pleasure, on behalf of Chuka University, Chuka University Council, management, and the entire fraternity, welcome you to host your conference at our university. It is a very important conference on women empowerment. And it is a conference that you're coming to share your journey, research together with your findings. I see it is a bit close to conference. Otherwise, if you had asked my staff to be here, there will be very many, but I know they are not part of the research. So I take it you are coming to share amongst yourselves and see how to advise the government on those important issues. Now I want, in a special way, to recognize KU and my colleague John. And when you go back, say hello to John. We call each other Henry John. That is Professor John Okumu, the acting Vice Chancellor, and very soon to be confirmed as the Vice Chancellor of KU. Those of us who have a lot of tentacles, they know that shall be. Number two, let me say, Chuka University is the biggest university east of KU. Not even JKUAT. You'll see, even in admissions, number one is the mighty Kenyatta University. Usually, it brings children annually 11,000, followed by the University of Nairobi around 10,000. East, I want to mention the other one. The other one is Maseno. And after Maseno, it is usually Chuka University. So, we play our football with the Premier League. We don't play with the others. You'll see, we'll have over 8,000 that will be coming to this university in September. So we are contributing to women empowerment because half of them are girls. So it is very good, and annually, so we respect the mighty Kenyatta University. You take the lead. I'm sure you have seen the capacity is validated by the infrastructure you're seeing here. It is not fake capacity. So again, may I also thank the county government, led by the deputy governor today, and the governor is in State House with others in the breakfast meeting. I'm aware. That is why he couldn't make it. I'm also aware, all of us, including who is studying here, we should be in Wajir now. And I hope that's where John went or somewhere else. The Vice Chancellors. We have the theme of this here is location for Madaraka celebrations. I didn't defy to be there, is only that I have a Roshio meeting in my wife's home, so if I don't go, I can go to Wajir and find out I'm being divorced. So I'm also empowering my wife by going to their place. Before I finalize on this, allow me to mention a few things. I will start by saying, you can see my deputies are very brief, isn't it? I think we need to understand how to be making speeches. When the chief guest is there, he's the one who should occupy the highest minutes. So if you have more minutes here, you have gone long in the protocol. Including Israeli. I'm trying to manage you, you are a politician. Unakuja hapa kufufisha kabisa. Because above there is a chief guest. That is usually, including you director, you should have digested and summarized, because you are not the chief. That is usually the way it should be. It should be the other way. It is usually an inverted triangle. I'm just making you understand so that tomorrow you don't make the same mistake. Thank you. I'll mention 3 things. 1, partnership. Some of us who have drawn funds from Gates, when you see the project, you think it's a very simple project. But Gates Foundation does not fund anything that doesn't have impact. And the end user impact, not the academia impact. It has to be the end user. I've seen it demonstrated here with a small kid who has actually given you the concept of these projects from the way she has been empowered, even dressing, even going to school, even removing the issue of paranoia that goes with school, and now she becomes empowered. If you look at the poem that was here, you could see a girl who is already a leader. I could see the first one that we had. There was a middle girl there who was sticking out, isn't it? That is already an impact that the Gates can say it has an impact. And then multidisciplinary impact. Very many partnerships are here, including trying to take a simple concept to be validated to the international standards. That one I say, Dina, is this project, even I am a scientist, but I can approve of it. That's what I would say. We got funding from Gates on livestock ourselves sometimes back, and we thank the foundation for that. It was simple, but we are trying to give the genetics, livestock genetics, to women that match with the environment where they are. It is still an impact in that context. Number 2, this forum is going to be an academic and thought-stimulating platform. So I expect most of you here will interact with each other and know what is it that KU did that we can also do, isn't it? And what is it we can do to inform the government and the policy. So this is important. 3, women are catalysts. We all agree here. Women are catalysts for global, national, community, and family sustainable development. Dina, I'm an African. If you give an African man 100 Kenyan shillings and you give the woman 100 Kenyan shillings, the woman will spend 90 shillings out of that in the family. The man will spend 90 shillings of the same with other families. I don't want to go beyond that. That can interpret what I mean. And I have lived in Germany for so long, it might be the same, even in the others. The man might consume alcohol of 90 shillings and take home 10 shillings. So that is, but it can never happen that in a woman. A mother, it will never happen. She can give 10 shillings to a fellow lady, but 90 will remain in the family. I will not go beyond there. I will not read the speeches, I'm just looking at what I need to mention. At Chuka, we believe in women empowerment. I've been a vice chancellor. For me, any recruitment must meet the gender constitutional rights. There has to be at least a third of all the people employed must be women. And I'm very deliberate. Some of my colleagues might say I am favoring women. I am correcting the gender imbalance that I found here. So I am deliberate in correcting it so that they can be meeting. We cannot say we are international. We are a global university if we don't meet metrics of global expectation, including gender inclusion. So at Chuka, we practice, and it will continue being practiced. It will come a point. Now I want to throw a span to the people. This gender is both ways, isn't it? It will come a time when we need to correct the main defects that are there in the gender, especially representation. Today, Minister of Education is there. From B+, it is the women who are shining more than the men. A and A- is only men. Then from B+ up to about C-, it is women who are more. If you don't know, I have the data myself. I don't speak from nowhere. But when it comes D- and E, the majority are men. If you don't want, you can ask him to give you the data. True or false? Is it not correct? It is correct. We know why many men are getting the lowest grade because of drugs in the secondary schools. So the next project, you should also fund correcting that issue of the menace in the lower kanda of our society, which is also gender. Yeah, it is gender. So gender parity, for me, we have put a lot of voices for the girl child. Today, we may need to do the opposite. Because, as I heard here, also there is somewhere you need to be balancing. When you say my mother, there is no mother. Me, I'm a professor of reproduction. There is no mother who can give birth without a man. True or false? So we should always be saying, my mother and my father. Don't leave it so that at the end of the day, we are not having a society that is skewed. We need to balance it for the future and sustainable development. I was formerly the director of Wangari Institute at the University of Nairobi, and I was saying, let us not forget even the other gender, so that we move it together. There's a time we were very far away, women, and so we needed that voice. Now we are facing another threat of the men being suppressed, isn't it? Yeah. So we should balance the two, and gender studies does not exclude men, isn't it? With those very many and a few, and I hope those stimulating, I want to end there and invite the chief officer in charge of education, who will then invite the chief officer in charge of planning, and then we will invite the CEC of education, and then we will invite Mr. Mwisraeli. What I want to mention before you come, take my cue. If you are not Mwisraeli, you reduce your speeches. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Mutebei, Vice Chancellor. Our chief guest, Dr. Randuban, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, and all the protocol staff. I want to be very brief to avoid breaching the protocol as directed by Professor. First, I want to welcome you to the Rakanivi. Feel much welcome. And I want to join others by appreciating the Bill Foundation for sponsoring this research in the Rakanivi. I want to tell you, Dr. Randu, that it has benefited the people of Rakanivi very much. And I want to ask you again, when you find a proposal, especially mentioning the Rakanivi, fund it without the father thinking. Because in the 2 years, it employed 63 teachers. Our daughters are the sons of Tharaka-Nithi. Tumpigie makofi. It also employed 7 mentors. And it is the same room where Brian has stand before. Now he is doing PhD with Yale University. It has opened doors to the people of Tharaka-Nithi, and we thank you very much. And finally, I also want to thank the Kenyatta University, Yale University, and other partners for finding it fit to do research in Tharaka-Nithi. And in avoiding speech, but is significantly and historically significant to point out that the ground of this research, the original idealist, Your Excellency, is Governor Joki through the Department of Urban Development. The Greshe and the Chuka market, it attracted the attention of so many people through walks of life. And this is the original idea of this research. Where did Joki put up a Greshe at the Chuka market, where my lactating mothers can leave their children, they are being taken care of our teachers, then they do their businesses. This is the original idea. So we appreciate in absentia represented by the Deputy Governor, our Governor, Onesimus Mudomi Juki, for giving us both administrative and the political goodwill during the time of research. And I want to end there, but I want to take this opportunity to recognize that my colleagues, the 2 chief officers present here, we have Wycliffe Kinywa Kabinga, the Chief Officer for Finance and Economic Planning, Tumpigie makofi, and we have CEO Faith Karuna, the Chief Officer for Loans, Infrastructure and Urban Development. So it's now my singular honor to welcome the CEC in charge of education, vocational training, and culture, Ms. Dorothy Naivasha. Welcome, and thank you.
Thank you so much, CEO. I am a very proud woman today, being the CEC in charge of education, and us talking about women economic empowerment, and having been part of this research. Our chief guests, Radu, kindly allow me to stand on the protocols that have already been established. My name is Dorothy Naivasha. I am the County Executive Committee member in charge of education, vocational training, and culture in Tharaka-Nithi County. VC, allow me to mention this. While you were thinking about the venue of this conference, many of our minds were in hotels, which hotel can we go to? But I remembered every time I sit with your people here in Chuka University, they're always talking about the prophetic university, Chuka University. And I advocated that let's have this conference in Chuka University. So VC, you owe me a cup of coffee for advocating for the university. Secondly, let me welcome you again to county number 13 in the books, but ideally we are county number 2 because the deputy president of this country is a son of the soil. Yeah, let me thank Chuka University Fraternity, again led by the VC, for allowing us to be here. VC, we are very proud of this institution. I am an alumni of both universities, both Kenyatta University and Chuka University as well. This is where I did my master's, and we are very proud of the work that you're doing, not only the infrastructure and all that, but also upholding academic excellence. We are really proud about that. Thirdly, let me appreciate all the teams that have made this possible, starting with my own boss, who has given me as a woman an opportunity to be the county executive committee member. It's a big deal because I think we are only 11 of us in the cabinet, and imagine being a lady in a cabinet in a whole county. We really appreciate Governor Muthomi Njuki for appreciating and empowering women. Secondly, let me say thank you for all our partners, led by our chief sponsor, Gates Foundation. I will not repeat much about what they have assisted us to do, but this project would not have been possible without the support of the Bill Gates Foundation. And I don't think anyone here has mentioned the role that the teachers played in this project. I can see some of them are here. You can wave at us. I can see some teachers, some mentors, and the communities that we worked with. They did an excellent job, and the implementation would not have been possible without these very, very resilient people who supported the project, the teachers, the mentors. They did a fantastic job. And even being receptive to the training that was quite vigorous was quite something. And they learned. They agreed to learn, and that's why we are here today to celebrate the results of this project and the culmination of the project that we have had. What we are presenting today, they are not just mere stories. These are scientifically proven solutions, and I am happy that the Ministry of Education is represented. Counties are quite strained in terms of their resources. Some of these programs are excellent programs, but at the end of the day, where the rubber meets the road is on the financing. So we are requesting all of those who can help us advocate for this good work to go ahead and do so. We will try and do what we can, but we need to partner together to make sure that these very noble initiatives do not just gather dust in the shelves. So please assist us on that. The advocacy, I'm sure even the university can do a lot in terms of helping us to advocate for this. And lastly, is that there are a number of studies that have been done around this area. And most of them have proven that there is a positive correlation between quality early childhood education and transition rates of high school, university, and underline also the quality of adult workforce. So whatever we are doing here does not only concern the little children, it concerns all of us. And I'll end with a saying that says, if we want to change the future, we must begin where the future begins, with the child. God bless you all.
Now that the minister, the local minister has abdicated his duties, let me take this opportunity. No, you won't stand again. Let me take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. We are in a county that has a governor, and when the governor is taking the podium, whether the office of the governor is where Mwisraeli is, isn't it? So may we all be upstanding. We welcome our governor through the deputy, His Excellency Mwisraeli Nyaga. Mwisraeli is called Mwisraeli because he almost had an accident in our Nithi Bridge. And while the vehicle lost control. And while he was crossing, he asked God of Israel, if you allow me to cross together with the people he was having safe, I will praise you forever. And that is why he changed his name and he calls himself Mwisraeli. God is a son of the God of Israel. That is where the name comes from. Thank you very much. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, VC Professor Mutembei. Our guest of honor, Dr. Lund Ban from Gates Foundation. Allow me already to write on protocols established, so that at least you can be able to redeem time. And everybody here in this room, praise the Lord. Amen. Praise the Lord again. Why I'm saying that, I have to praise my God at all times. He has delivered me from many, many problems. Not even from the road, even in the aircraft. I remember I called God when it stopped there above the ozone layers. And He answered my prayers. That is why I'm saying I will serve my God days without an end. Thank you very much, our partners. And I'm passing greeting from His Excellency Governor Muromi Joki. Told me when I arrived here, I greet you all in Jesus' name. Have you received? Yes. In Germany, we do receive at well, meaning that you have already received His greetings. So, when you see me here, I am standing on behalf of His Excellency because there is no vacuum in the government. That is why our constitution is very clear. Where the president is, the deputy president is there. That now meaning that now His Excellency in another function in the State House, and the Muslim now is in the county. Do you know that? That was what we call the centralization of the even in the powers. Devolution is very important to us. Because we could be having CCM, our CEOs, and other actors, our directors of ECBs. If it is not, what if not for Constitution, which promulgated 2010. I want to thank our partners in a special way on the behalf of the Canadian county governments. And also welcome you. Maybe it is your first time to be in the Canadian County, number 13, as our CCM of Education has stated. The Canadian is blessed. We are county number 2. That when you know that is politically. Because you know there are pillars here. You cannot be able, they are inseparable. Politics, professionalism, Christianity, Islamic, all those things you cannot separate. Also, Chuka University, we thank you because Chuka University is in the Canadian County. And you have said this one, it was instituted through prophecy. I go and I do read those books. I remember the one who prophesied about it, 1951, during Mau Mau Rebellion, was a prophet known as Chinga Plombiveru. He dreamt about having mountains. But those days people could not interpret what the mountains are. And here now, I am trying to do similarities during the time of Isaiah, when he was prophesying about the birth of Jesus Christ. It was many, many years ago. And it came to pass. That is why today we are privileged to have Chuka University, and we are proud of Chuka University. Every member, now it is cutting across in the entire continent. It is known. Discipline, academically, and in everything. Thank you, even KU. Even J. Quat, you remember, somebody cannot forget where I was an alumni. The truth is now, I thank God because Chuka University, when it was instituted, it was during the time of Kibaki. And in those days, I was the chancellor. So yes, I'm standing here. I am the man who has raped BC and the AC. Meaning before Constitution and after, I know how things are happening even in the contemporary world. And also understanding we are in the fifth generation, where people are so enlightened, especially our young ones. Because when this little girl was presenting, I was just trying to figure out how comes he was used to, when before he went to school, but before, he was with the instructor or the teachers, and the God of glory bless the teachers. Whoever is a teacher, may God prolong your life. Amen. And may you decrease as Christ increase in you. Amen. Sometimes I do say, I do my own commitment, but maybe they're happening in heavenly realms. One day, if God give me an opportunity, I would consider teachers more than any other person in this country. Why? President, deputy president, doctors, instructors, they are all passed through teachers, especially the teachers who teach in lower primary, ECD, and the preschool. Those are very important teachers. Because you take your kid there, who knows nothing, and you have had a testimony here. They were saying that they went to school empty. They were saying their brain was empty. Who helped them to ensure that they acquire knowledge? They say teachers. Teachers who have a great value in our society. So, because I am not the guest of honor, and I remember that I was instructed by Professor Mutembe. I want to talk about today's project. When it was being started, I was there. Kenyatta University, Yale University, Gates Foundation, the moment they are in Rakanibi, I am fond of being delegated things which are very crucial. Because I remember it was rainy season. You remember? When we decided now we have to identify schools which are near the, which will be able to be motorable during those days. And when I see you, Professor, here, and I might see here, and I might see you, and our partners, I thank God for that. This project is very crucial to this county and the entire country, and even on the planet hand. But the problem, as my CC said, for the Rakanibi, we have 438 ECD classes. And you know, you took only 60. If you compare now, you do mathematically, or you interpret it scientifically, it is like a drop in an ocean. How I pray to God, our partners, even if that you are doing a research, remember when the people did the research about the cause of some diseases, which I will not mention here. They have written so many theories. I hope you understand what I mean. You remember about the theories of comical theories, Christian theories, fantasy theories. We don't want this one to be theories. I am pleading with you, Gates, our guest of honor. I'm pleading that at least, because we have seen this project has impacted our kids and the women positively. I'm humbly requesting on the behalf of the Kanidi County, when I'm wearing the shoes of the executive governor, who dreamt about this one, by starting classing at the Chuka, so that he can give women, he can empower women, and also men need to be empowered. I was almost to argue with the Professor Mutembe when we were saying that you give 100 and then to a woman and then to, sometimes I was thinking, how things happen at home. You give 50 to eat after you have maybe received your salary, and then the man will be asked, where is the sugar? The woman is keeping, where's the salt? Because you must be the provider of the family. And that is why I do encourage both men and women to work together, so that at least we can be able to develop this country and as well as our county together as a team. So I was requesting Gates and our partners. I'm requesting, if possible, and I know it can be possible, because things are happening in heavenly realms. If you can do a demo of the classrooms of these underaged, each from every constituency. Mara 1, Taraka 1, Chukayamangombe 1, so that you can be going to study or to know exactly what you have been telling us. So that at least we can be able to acquire that knowledge. That is my humble request. I know Kenyatta, you are partners, you have helped us a lot. I hope you would also be a catalyst. You have to speed up that reaction. Because it will be of no importance. We start a project and all of a sudden on the way, it dies. Because of the resources. Bearing also in mind, our constitution has not given counties mandate to make laws which can supersede the national laws. You know, in our curriculum, we don't have that law. So we need an intervention for our governments and our partners, so that at least we can be somewhere in this county. Once again, because I don't want to waste a lot of time, women, we have to thank God because of our partners. Our children, because now, I have seen them. They were saying each and everything in Kiswahili. So mesikia hiyo. And in fact, they have challenged us. They have told us, yes, they can. Going back to the science, it says when a child is being born, the brain is empty. You started registering the moment is being breastfed by the mother. After that, you will be able to interpret it in the brain. So, having said that, I have seen Professor Mutembe coming. Maybe you want to whisper something to me before you welcome the guest of honor.
Appreciate you. The people must appreciate you.
Yes. Sini sawa. And please, I want to ask you in a special way. When our guest is speaking, don't be gloomy. So that at least they can tip him. Sometimes you can start people through physical. So me I'm a politician and I know how to psych the crowd. Cool. May God of glory bless you. Once again, our guest of honor from US and other countries, welcome in Lakaniri County. May you be dreaming about Lakaniri County. Wherever you see a support, bring it to Lakaniri County. God has something for this county. God of glory bless you all.
I want us to give him 3 hearty claps for taking his time together with his team and everybody else who has spoken before us. Can we clap? 1, 2, 3, and the final one to send back to His Excellency the Governor. We clap 2 times. 1, 2. Very good. Now, Mr. Mwisraeli, I just want to tell you, in academia, funds from Gates are not political funds. They are usually attracted through a written proposal, isn't it? Yes. So that you don't press our chief guest speaker. I'm telling you, the honors is going to be between KU, Chuka University and other partners to write a very good, attractive research proposal that will advance funds way forward. There is a session on the way forward. So that they write, we partner and attract funds from the Gates. That is how it works in the research arena. However, he has challenged you with what is needed. Can we now have what we call a demonstration field school, where people will be seeing your impact in at least 1 per constituency? Now you take it, madam, it can be dissemination centers on what you have done. That is what you need to come together as a way forward. With that small explanation and interpretation, can we all be upstanding so that we can welcome our chief guests, who is also the chief financier of this project, isn't it? And those who have worked on the Gates Foundation proposals, I am very happy to see you are still strong. We used to do a lot of reporting very early until I became grey when I was young. And I know you are covering, you are also grey. You know how whoever gets funding from Gates, it is not for free. So let us clap until he comes to address us. We continuously clap. Welcome our chief guests, and give your remarks and point towards a way forward for this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Mutembe, for the lovely introduction, and also, your depth of knowledge on matters linked to the Gates Foundation clearly are up there. So you're making my job a bit easier. So, one thing that you mentioned, Prof, is that the project that the Gates Foundation is funding all have impact, right? So, I wish it were that easy. I've been with the Gates Foundation for nearly 15 years. I've seen many projects, and I'll tell you that not all of them have impact. So in fact, when we started with Professor Waldo here, 6 years ago, the name of the initiative is What Works? It's a question mark. So a lot of the work that has happened to date was because we didn't know. We didn't know how women's economic empowerment worked. We didn't know how gender-based violence works. We didn't know how gender budgeting works, and we didn't know how childcare works. But now, you mentioned let's do demonstration of schools. We've done more than that. We've done more than demonstration. Over the last 2 years, the team at KU, the team here in Tarakaniti, the team at Yale, that's what we've done. We've done more than a demonstration. We've done a rigorous study, and I think in a couple of minutes you'll hear directly from the researchers. So now we know, right? Like now we know that this childcare intervention works, and not just works, but works very well for children, for women. Right, that's typically what the Gates Foundation does, is takes the risks out of learning, because you don't want to put your money into something that you don't know. Right? So we were very happy to support this initiative, to tell us, hey, if we all want to advance women's economic empowerment, what do we do? Well, one thing we can do is invest in childcare. Right, so now that the case has been demonstrated, it's up to all of us here to figure out, well, we've shown it works for some, 600 kids, but there are many tens of thousands of kids here in Tarakaniti. So let's figure out together how we can reach all of them. The study clearly shows that, kids that go through this program are put on a different trajectory, one that has a, very bright future ahead of them. So we know that with certainty. So now let's figure out how do we put all the kids through that better trajectory. And not only that, but if we do that, people would look at Tarakaniti and say, look, Tarakaniti has figured it out. They have done it. They have shown how to put kids on a better path. They will all come and look at you and ask you for advice, ask you to tell them how it can be done in their county. So not only that, but not only you serve kids, but you become a model for other counties. You become a model for East Africa. So the possibilities are really enormous here for the kids in Tarakaniti, but also for you as a county, as a man with ambition, with a bright future. You have a lot of opportunities here ahead of you. So let me end there. There's more numbers and results that you'll hear today, and I encourage you to pay attention, because it has taken our partners a long time, a lot of hard work to put them together. So thank you, and let's hear from the researchers. Let's hear from the other partners later in the day. Thank you.
Very short and precise, isn't it? Can we appreciate? Now, we want to appreciate my way. Is what we call digital, parliament, and Kano, isn't it? Digital is parliament. Kano is 1, 2, 3. We are appreciating all the team led by Gates, the professors who have traveled across the oceans to be here with us, and all other guests who have come for this. So let's be all upstanding, and after this, the MC, you come back. Yeah. So when I mentioned whether it is digital, whatever, you do it, all right? Let's start with Parliament. You are not doing it. You are not happy. This is the dissemination of results of the work that you have done, isn't it? Surely. Parliament. 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 Digital. 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 Moja. 2, 3, funga, fungua. MC come over.
Thank you very much, Prof. When wa enzi zote za kitambo na kisasa na hiyo ingine, it has really been a very good icebreaker. With your permission, our chief guest, we are Africans, and whenever you have visitors at your home, we find a way of appreciating them. So allow me now to invite our chief guest, Dr. Ban, to get a gift from the organizers, and then we shall invite VC Mutembei, who will receive on behalf of Chuka University. We'll have DG, who will receive on behalf of Governor Mudomijuki, and the Ministry of Education on behalf of our CS. So we start with our chief guest, Dr. Ban Radu. Assist me to move this, kindly. Yes, assist me with this kindly, and then I want to invite I'm told Catholic Professor Darua will take lead in that, kindly. After that, we will invite you for a photo session after this second floor, and then we'll have a press brief. Now that it's a gift, I'm told you can also tell them what it is. Professor, you can take us through. You can get it out. Please have a mic, kindly. DJ. Let us invite VC, Chuka University. We may read there for a group photo later. Carol to gift Professor Mutembei, and then Mutembei will gift Governor. We appreciate Professor Mutembei for hosting us and allowing to be part of the partners for the Chuka University. Let us appreciate. And now allow me to invite His Excellency Nyaga Misairi Darabia, the Deputy Governor, to receive the gift on behalf of Tharaka Nithi County Government. The last gift, Waudo, you'll give gift to the Ministry of Education, representative of the Ministry of Education. Professor Waudo will give a gift to Ministry of Education representative. I humbly request for those of us who have been gifted, kindly we may post one of us now with the gift. Yeah, now with the gift, we have that beautiful photo. It is really impactful. It is African, with African heritage. I'll request chief guest to be at the center. Doctor, yeah, at the center, kindly. Professor Wonga, you need to be there, and also the Chalo, Professor Chalo.
All right. So, smile. And you smile still. In 1, 2, 3, they say, choke, is it? James, can you do the obvious?
3, 2, 1, we say cheese.
Yes.
3, 2, 1, we say
cheese.
Again, one more time.
Cheese.
Thank you, thank you. You may take your seat, and before that, allow me to invite Professor Hannah Buller, who is my co-MC, to guide us on the photo session. After that, we will request the dignitaries and partners. We'll have tea at VC's boardroom, and the rest of our delegates, we shall also have our tea in the first floor. So, Professor Hannah Buller, come and guide us. After we're guided on the photo session, we'll have after photo session we'll have a press briefing. Then we'll do tea. Before that, before we do our national anthem, allow me to invite Hannah Buller, who is my co-MC, to guide us on the photos. My name is Naftali. I'm our MC now.
Good morning. Good morning once again. So we're going to have a brief photo session. We're thinking of 5 photos, but we'll see how it goes. The first one will be the chief guest team, together with the distinguished guests. We'll also have Professor Nelson Wawire and Simon Amire join that team. That is the first photo. The photo will be taken at the second floor. Yes. The second one will be those distinguished guests together with the researchers. That is the RCT researchers. And I don't know how we can get the children on board. That would be very important to have them as well. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah, so the second one will be the researchers and the guests. And then the third one will be the organizing committee, rapporteurs, and the session chairs. And that is the third photo. And the fourth one will be the guests with everyone. And then the last one is where the children will be and the guests. Thank you. The photo, I'll repeat, will be taken at the second floor. We just have like 10 minutes or less. We take the photos, then we transition into refreshments and on the ground floor and the first floor. Please bear with us, just 15 minutes will be good for us to take the refreshments, and then we come back to the plenary. Thank you.
thing about we have a social chair, Professor Awire, and Rapporteur is Dr. Peter Philip, and we're going to be doing the RRC interpretation findings. The first examination of findings will be presented by our PI, Professor Simon Mele from Kenyatta University. So it's get ready. So Professor will be chairing the session, and our next presenter will Professor Helen Becker. Yeah, and then we have Professor Constance. Professor is going to review that profile.
Thank you, MC. Good afternoon. Now to the serious business of what brought us here. I'm Professor Nelson Owire, Professor of Economics from Kenyatta University, but also the coordinator of the organizing committee chair and the research coordinator of all the 14 projects that we are undertaking in Kenyatta University, RCT included. Dr. Philip Wambua, I hope you are ready for rapporteuring. We are going to have the first presenter. This is Professor Simon Onwere, who was the principal investigator from Kenyatta University. He has been engaged in a process of training and led a team to Lake Turkana for a loss and damage assessment of the impact of lakes level for the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry in October 2020, March 2021. He was part of the government multi-agency technical committee that assessed the socio-economic impact of rising water levels in Great Rift Valley lakes, and the story continues. So I want to ask Professor Onwere to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I know my colleagues have a journey ahead of them, and I try to be very fast. We have been in this experiment for quite a while. The actual implementation of the experiment happened in 2024 and 2025, up to collecting data up to this year. But prior to that, there were 2 years of activities that aimed at engaging in this process of this research. I'll walk you through the context of Tharaka Nithi and how we designed the experiment and what took place. And you are aware or should know that mothers face challenges, many challenges related to child bearing and child caring, and also taking care of house chores. And we are also aware that there are limited learning opportunities in our country, especially. Children go to school, yes, but we hear a number of times that they are not able to meet the developmental milestones as we know it. And we are also aware that even at the very early stage, the baby classes we hear about, it is nothing to do with government arrangement, but rather private arrangement to have children go to the baby classes in this country. And therefore, we have privatized early childhood development,
And we really do not have a way of knowing what is being fed into their small, not developing brain. And I think that's one reason then this experiment was designed. Basically as a randomized controlled trial, an experiment that is scientific founded and that utilized certain processes for putting in place a test group and a control group. And the test group, we called it a treatment group, and the control group there. And we took 3 years old children to school to basically allow them to learn, and the hope that that will relieve matters of the burden of taking care, at least for 83 children. And we have 2 outcomes. One of them is that if the process went well, it will empower women to make them feel happy that my child is learning well in school, and therefore they can engage in work. And we also hope that it will improve cognitive and social-emotional development of the children. There's a statement here which is also familiar to you, and I heard the dignitaries talking about it today, that the social importance of childcare. We emphasize that, the importance of childcare in your country. It puts in place processes that allows empowerment of women. And we have been talking this for many years. But Tarakaniti itself is a potato country. You can see the potato on the side of the screen. Looks like a true potato. And the county is very diverse. It is structured in the form, having a lowest elevation at 356 meters above sea level. That's quite low actually. And also having a very high elevation at 4,955 within the county. It goes to 4,955 meters above sea level. And because of those elevation variation, it influences rainfall patterns, and therefore it doesn't influence the what we call agroecological zones of the county. And it actually illustrates or has present in it 6 of the 7 agroecological zones in the country. And therefore, if you did an experiment in this place, you will at least cover 6 agroecological zones except a desert. Jalbi, we have only one desert called Jalbi. But the experiment can be, you can find out how the children behaved in each of the ecological zones. And the diversity of the county also is reflected in the rivers. There's quite some major rivers traversing it. Some of them are border rivers like Tuichi, Tana, Ura, and Mutonga. They are border rivers. To the north is Mutonga, to the south is Tana, to the east is Ura. And there are also major rivers traversing the county. You are aware of Nithi River, that is a story to tell. And there are many other rivers, including Nithi, including Mara, Ruga, Guti, and Naka. And also Tanatu. I just heard this morning that there was an accident either in Tanatu or Katita, which is also part of the development problem in the country, in the county. And you can see at low elevations, basically there's no rainfall, and therefore there's no farming, it influences the productivity of the land and what the people are supposed to do on the land. In this particular experiment, we decided to amalgamate the agroecological zones into 3 agroecological zones, which we refer to them as the upland. And in the upland, basically any area above 1,200 meters, or 1,000 millimeters of rainfall. And we realized that this is within the Mount Kenya volcanics, deeply dissected. And in those areas, because of high rainfall, the productivity is very rich in terms of what anybody living there can do on their farms. The land is very productive. And then we also, and you can see the red, the brown part here is the upland zone. And then there is the midland zone, the green zone here. And in the midland zone, about 700 to 1,200 meters above sea level. And again, these are the foot slopes of Mount Kenya itself. That's where the rivers die off and change direction to flow in a north-south direction. You can see this line is flowing in a north-south direction. And the area here supports both coffee, bananas, maize, cultivation and livestock keeping. And you can see some 2 examples, at least I took of an agricultural activity and livestock activity. And you can see this is quite different from what you saw earlier. And in the lower zone, now this part here, we normally refer to as the Raqqa side. The elevation is 356 or 354 to about 700 meters above sea level. There's very low rainfall, 300 to 800 millimeters of rainfall. It's a peneplain, it's a flat area, and the area just supports small stock, what we call small stock. That is goat, sheep, and it's a dry land. Cereals are grown there, legumes and cassava. And you can also see, when you compare now the livestock and the farming activity, you can see the difference. It's like day and night. And this also influences productivity of the land and what, especially we were told that women engage in agriculture in this country and what they're able to produce. Now those elevations also dictated the population density. You can see a very low density in the lower zone, medium density in the zone here. And you can see a very high density here, and you can see population density is varying from about 657 people per square kilometers to just about 70 people per square kilometer. This one person per square kilometer is in Mount Kenya forest. Nobody's allowed to live there. And of course, there are a number of administrative units in the county. And initially, how we came to do the project is that there was a livelihood survey, and the colleagues in the livelihood survey, Naro Maruta is here, Lilian Kiruja is here, and others. We did this livelihood survey up to 2021. And the livelihood survey showed us a few things. One, you can see that from the data on the table here, that crop farming, 85% of the people are involved in crop farming, at least households. 53% are involved in keeping. Then when you come down to formal employment, only 4.4% of the people are in formal employment. And strangely, or in the experiment also we realized this, eventually, that 70% of the women are only up to primary level of education. And with 4% of people employed, you can imagine none of them is in employment at that level of education. So there's an issue of education, and most women we talked to then expressed that that the 4% of them, they feel overburdened with life. Can you imagine? Feel overburdened with their daily work? And they are worried about their future. Of course, we are worried about when you're going to get the next meal for your children or whatever, then you are worried about the future. At that time, 2021, women expressed 3 things that they wanted attended to. One of these was, or expressed a challenge they have in their life. One of them was childcare burden, affecting, of course, time availability for their work. And then unpredictable weather conditions, which especially the people in Taraka or the lower zone, not able to predict that they'll actually have a crop this year. And then the other one was poor infrastructure, affecting their movement of crops and other products into the market. And then, of course, we decided policy. There was a policy brief concerning agriculture, and I think that work is still going on. Again, Lilian will tell you about this. And then the other policy brief was on what to do with childcare. And therefore, the idea of doing the RCT and who to partner with, we had to seek knowledge partners, and then Yale came in as a knowledge partner in the RCT design. And the design itself is quite loaded on what we needed to do. First, we needed to know whether schools can accommodate the extra children. So we went to all the schools basically to find out whether that is possible. 438 primary schools. We also, the county had to allow us to actually do the experiment in the schools, because to counter the government, the policy on 4 years old to be in school. And then there was also a policy to develop for Kenyatta University to conduct child research. And there were issues of how we are going to manage the data and share the data. Then there was the issue of which curriculum will be used. Then there were the issues of who will teach. Therefore, we had to recruit in the intervention in the treatment school. We had to recruit 63 teachers to help the PP1 teacher in the teaching, what we call the modified curriculum teaching. Then we had to train those teachers, and we had to recruit mentors. Some of them are here. Oh yeah, mentors. Oh, yeah. Thank you very much for the great work you have done. We had to recruit a number of them who are visiting a school every day but a different school to basically be with the teacher and see that the teachers are implementing our work correctly. Then we had to also find out which mothers have children anyway who can go to schools. There was a census. We were supposed to take years to do that census. Then there was randomization of the schools. Based on the schools we had identified out there that met the criteria. And we picked 60 schools for the experiment and 50 schools for the 58 schools for the control. And then of course we decided this is the design. We kept modifying testing and piloting it. I remember Ellen here come here for weeks to try and see that the tools, the process is going to work well for this activity. Thank you so much for that effort. And of course later on there was data collection at the both baseline to understand where the mothers and the children are, and then in the midline, and then in the end line. And today we are presenting to you all that information, and both my colleagues, Helen and Professor Costas, will be doing this in just a short while. Of course, the implementation began in 2024. And the randomizing of schools, I can only present to you in a simple diagram here, and you can see it is exactly the process I've described up there. And eventually we picked children, 3-year-old, 300 children, 3-year-old at home, 300 children, 4-year-old, 300 children, 3-year-old at the control, 300 children. So we sampled those, and we have our samples here. But then we decided that these are the people who are going to go to school or go to control schools. And of course we had to make a decision that they have to be in the proximity of schools to be able to attack the school process. And you can see the randomization process and so on also follows the distribution of the population. This is a scatter diagram of the schools that were sampled and the children that were sampled. And you can also see them on the map here. And of course, the immediate thing you'll ask me is where there are no children in this part and this part here. And the reason is very simple. When we went to assess the schools, we found that the 3-year-old children were already in school here. Not because that is what they wish to do, it's because the mothers will just take them there and then go to work. And it tells the teachers, just allow my child to sit there, and then they go to work. Therefore, there was the need for childcare anyway. But because of experimental requirement, we abandoned the schools. We left those schools out there. But nevertheless, we have implemented the experiment, and the process basically involved, and it is summarized in this diagram here, it involved us understanding what really needs to be the foundation for learning. What needs to be the foundation for learning is an accommodating policy environment. The policy allows these children to go to school, an appropriate curriculum, an activity guide to support the teachers with something, and of course conducive learning environment that is a secure learning place, clean and so on, with nice toilets, and of course a supportive supportive school administration. That's the foundation. If that one is not there in a place, you can't carry out learning. And then we then realized that, okay, you have not brought these things are there, you have brought children to school. What must you have? And on my left side is what you must have to have the children learn. Learning support by caregivers and teachers. And there are teachers here. Oh yeah, teachers? Oh, there are no teachers here. There are teachers here. Okay. They have to support the learning. And then there is the language of instruction, adequate and learning materials and other things. So that is what is needed to be done in the class for the children to learn. And we did this in 60 schools, but we had 60 control schools, which we also watched what was happening there. What was our expectation? You can't see the expectation. You have to measure the expectation. And again, I must thank Helen and our colleagues from University of West Indies for showing us the tools and the way to utilize those tools for measurement. And I know Brian, this guy here, can understand you are called earlier and you are not there for people to see who you are. So they can see you are ready for another kid. RCT, we are set for purpose. That is Kanana. She is the one who knows all the measurements that are required, and we are very grateful that you are here to support the measurements. In other words, when the children eventually go to school, it's not a question of just saying end of term or scored what. Measure the child using the measuring instrument. And of course, they were aimed to achieve self-regulation and other things and so on in terms of measurement. There are some questions here If all the answers are yes, then you are good to go. If the answers are no, then there's a problem in the learning process. And of course, the materials were part of the things that we needed for that purpose. And we did a child assessment. They were with the tools for assessment, included the early child development index. There was a particular thing it was measuring, the overall screening. There was a particular thing it was measuring, the school regulations. There was a particular thing it was measuring, and the Westland preschool, primary, and the scale of intelligence. Some certain things it was measuring. And of course, we did women's survey to see what effect the learning of the children has had on the mothers and the fathers, of course. And we also did a classroom observation and documented what was happening in the classroom, and whether the teachers were enjoying what they were doing, or they were actually stressed in the process. And the classroom learning environment was very important. What were we looking for? Learning activities that were being conducted there, the classroom interaction of the teachers was interacting with the child, and of course how the materials were being utilized, and whether the teacher was feeling overloaded, and other things, whether they are compensated enough and other things. And you can see my time is going, getting spent. Expected outcomes, we expected that through the intervention, the child development will be measured. We will know the cognitive and intellectual functioning of the child. We will know their communication abilities. We will know their self-regulation. We will know whether they are ready for school, and we will know whether their developmental milestone is putting them at a level you can be proud of them. That is basically what we are measuring. And of course, issues of cognitive and social emotional development was very key. And the nutritional issues became a concern. We did have a budget for the meals, but we could also immediately see that the children needed to be eating something anyway. And we didn't provide for it. We tried to encourage the teachers to support the process. Here's a picture of the children in advance. And I think Helen will tell you what we found out utilizing these measurements in just a short while. And then on the other side, the women's economic empowerment, on social well-being, and we're interested in a number of things for on women, of course influenced by a number of things. The level of education of those women was important, and we realized the level of education influences employment. It even influences how you work in your farms anyway. And there is on my left side, you can see the variables that we measure, the WE index, the WE indicators, decision making at home, freedom to just be independent, and of course the aspiration, we measured it, the stress levels, we measured it, and also we realized that there are also constraints at home that affected them, and we also measured those constraints. Professor Costas will talk about into this in terms of the data that we found. And with that, I think I'll spend my 20 minutes wisely. Thank you very much. There were a number of people involved in the experiment. They are all listed here. And thank all of them for the support that they gave. And the affiliated institutions are here. And we also thank all these institutions for the support they gave us. Obviously, we cannot do anything without CHAPA. And CHAPA was provided by Gates Foundation. And we are grateful to Gates Foundation for providing CHAPA. CHAPA is PESA. CHAPA is PESA, and PESA is money.
He's talking about funds. Can we give him a clap? Thank you. Thank you so much. Keep your observations, comments. We are now moving on to the next presentation by Professor Helen Becker-Haningham from Bangor University. She will be talking about the impacts of intervention on child development outcomes, classroom quality, and teachers' well-being. This presenter is making noise.
Can you help her with the remote connection, young man? Or if you send me your presentation, I'll be able to display it here. Or you have it already.
Thank you. Let them set up. Yeah, Professor Helen Becker-Haningham is a professor in the School of Psychology, a visiting professor at the Caribbean Institute for Health Research, University of the West Indies, Jamaica, and a research affiliate of Yale Inclusion Economics, Yale University. Helen's research focuses on designing, implementing, evaluating, and disseminating early childhood interventions to promote child development, behavior, and mental health, and to prevent violence against children in the low and middle income countries. Helen leads the IRED team within the university, whose work involves designing, implementing, evaluating, and scaling up intervention to prevent violence against children at home and at school. Helen is also a member of the research team. Reach Up is an evidence-based early childhood parenting intervention implemented in more than 20 countries across the Caribbean and Latin America, South Asia, East Asia, Central Asia, Africa, and with refugee populations in the Middle East. Welcome, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Is it still morning or is it afternoon? Hello, everybody. Looking forward to speaking to you all. Before we start, Simon mentioned the school administration, and I just wanted to highlight two head teachers here, Lillian Mathoni from Minungu Primary, and Abraham Waria, sorry if I didn't say that right, from Iruruma Primary. So if you just stand up and get a clap, please, Abraham and Lillian. Thank you very much for your support of the project. So I'm going to be presenting the impact of the intervention on children's development, on the quality of the classroom environment, and on teacher well-being. So we were asking four main questions. So the first question was, if we put these 3-year-old children in school, high quality preschool, if we compare them to children who didn't have access to high quality preschool, were they doing better when they reached pre-primary one? Then we also wanted to look and see if the quality of the preschool mattered for children in pre-primary one. So we compared children who were going to the high quality preschools with children who were going to the regular preschools in pre-primary one. The third question was, we were interested in persistence, so do the gains last over time? And then we were interested in replication. So if we have the same teachers in the same schools and they deliver the same program for a second year, do they improve? And did that make a difference for the children? So Simon talked to you about the study design. So we randomly assigned 118 schools, 60 went into the intervention group, and 58 went into a comparison group. And the program ran for 2 years. After the first year and the second year, we measured the quality of the classroom environment through independent observation. And again, at the end of the first year and the second year, we measured children's development. And we measured their school readiness using a validated tool that's been used across many countries. We measured their cognition using an IQ test, the WIPSI. And we measured their behaviour through observation. These are all standardised tests that are used across many countries, but of course in their current form, they wouldn't have been much use in Tharaka-Nithi County because they need to be adapted to the children's environment. So Jacqueline and one of my team members from Jamaica worked together with County, with Joseph, with, I can't remember who else, there's a lot of people involved in Tharaka-Nithi County, really helped us to adapt the measurements to make sure they're appropriate for the population. So just to recap, because it's quite a complicated study, so we had 2 cohorts. In the first cohort, we had a group of 3-year-olds and a group of 4-year-olds. For the 3-year-olds, we were comparing children who went to school to those who didn't go to school. For the 4-year-olds, we were comparing those who went to the intervention preschools to those who went to comparison schools. Right? And then for the first cohort, we measured them after the end of year 1 and the end of year 2. For the second cohort, they were only in the intervention for 1 year. Okay, so just to say that the intervention is grounded in science. and we used 3 scientific evidence bases to develop the intervention. I'm not going to go into detail, but just so that you know, there was it's built on evidence, international evidence. So we used the science of early learning, we used the science of implementation, and we used the science of behaviour change. And we also adapted an evidence-based program from elsewhere. So we have a program that we use in Jamaica called the Irish Classroom Toolbox that's been successful. So we adapted it for Tharraconithe County. Now bear in mind, you can't just take a program and take it and use it somewhere else. There's a lot of work has to go into it. So Brian was very instrumental in adapting this program to the Tharraconithe context. And the intervention was really an integrated package of 4 components. So there was activity guides for teachers, and these are like structured lesson plans that are aligned to the government curricula and to the curriculum that Teresa led for the playgroup class. So these are the how. Here's the curriculum, how do you implement that in a way that's developmentally appropriate, hands-on, interactive, in the way that's promoting children's thinking skills and their language skills. Then, to map across the curriculum and the activity guides, we developed a kit of teaching and learning materials, and you've seen them out there, some of them. And we included teacher training. So we trained the teachers for 5 full-day trainings initially, and then there was some booster trainings. And again, I said we were using evidence-based behaviour change techniques. So the training was not lecture, it wasn't PowerPoint, it wasn't talks, it was all hands-on practice. Right? And then we didn't just leave the teachers after the training, we went into the classroom, provided them with support, made sure they knew how to implement it, and the coach, we call this the coaching, was very structured. So every time the mentors went, they would focus on specific skills. So that way everyone was building skills step by step. There was no cognitive overload. Right? It was structured and people were gaining skills over time. So you've seen the teaching and learning materials. One very important thing about the materials is we wanted all schools to be able to have them. So these schools are locally made, they're low cost, and they've been specifically designed to teach a wide range of skills and activities with children of different ages and children with different developmental levels. So nothing was brought in from outside. Everything was made right here. I think that's important for scalability. So I'm going to be presenting the impacts of the intervention, and when we present impacts we use effect sizes. And these are standard deviations. And this is a unit that allows us to compare across different studies. So you know what it means. In 1 year of primary school, children usually gain between 0.15 and 0.25 of a standard deviation. So if you see a standard deviation of 0.28, that means children have gained about 1 to 2 years of schooling. If you see an effect size of 0.74, that means children have gained roughly 3 to 4 years of schooling. Right? So, results now. So after 1 year, this is the first year, we have 3-year-olds and we have 4-year-olds. So you can see this graph, the bar, shows the difference between the children in the intervention schools and the children in the control schools. So the amount it goes up is how much the intervention children have gained. And you can see that for both 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds, they benefit in terms of school readiness, the equivalent of 1 to 2 years, and they benefit in terms of cognition, 2 to 3 years. This is, just note as well, we are comparing the 3-year-olds and the 4-year-olds, they've all benefited. Even though with the 3-year-olds we're comparing to children who aren't getting any education at all, and when we're comparing with the 4-year-olds, we're comparing with children who are actually in school. And this is worrying because it means children are going to school and they don't seem to be learning much. Right? So this is very important that we do something to ensure these children are learning. These were our primary outcomes, cognition and school readiness. Within these instruments, there's subscales. So I also have a second graph showing you the individual subscales. So we have children's oral language. Look at that, how high children were doing on oral language. Up to 3 to 4 years for the 4-year-olds, improvement in oral language. Emergent literacy, emergent numeracy, social emotional, executive function, motor behaviour. We have benefits to nearly everything, some stronger than others, But note again that the 4-year-olds are often doing better than the 3-year-olds, even though we're comparing them with children who are actually in school and receiving education. Now when we look at the second year, I told you we recruited another cohort of 3-year-old children in the second year. When we look at the second year, the intervention was much more beneficial to the children. So in the second year, the children were doing 3 times better in school readiness than the children in the first year. So this pale green, if I move away you won't hear me. The pale green is 3-year-old, cohort 1. The brown is 3-year-olds, cohort 2. The second year, the children were doing so much better. Why? Because the teachers were doing better. Right? So if the teachers are providing a higher quality environment, the children are learning more. So as the intervention got bedded in, as the teachers got their skills, as the problems with the programme were being ironed out, the benefits went much higher. Cognition also increased. If we look at the subscales, again, these huge improvements. Verbal ability increased. Emergent literacy, nearly 3-fold. Emergent numeracy, nearly 3 times. Social emotional, 2.5 times. Executive function, more than 3 times. So the benefits of the intervention were far, far stronger in the second year. And this is interesting, you know, in the investment in teaching quality compounds, so teachers who keep improving produce better outcomes for children. All hands on the teachers. And we have evidence of that from our observations. So we went into the classrooms and observed for a whole day what's happening in the classroom. In year 1, the results were amazing, the pale green. Usually we expect effect sizes of 0.5 to 0.1. They're already 2 or more. So in the first year, the teachers have changed, they've transformed their classrooms. By the second year, the classrooms were extraordinary. They were completely different from what you would normally see when you go into a classroom. Now, very important, I always measure teacher well-being because we give teachers this work and we encourage them to do it. But if they're finding it difficult, if they're getting burnt out, if they're unhappy, they're not going to continue doing it. But what we found is teachers in intervention schools were more satisfied with their role, they reported less emotional exhaustion, and they reported more personal accomplishment than teachers who hadn't received the training and the support. So the intervention is not only helping the children, it's not only improving the classroom environment, it's also beneficial for the teachers. So if you want to know what these numbers mean, I know numbers aren't very obvious, this is what was happening in the schools. So we looked at what is happening. So, small group activities, storybook reading, music movement games, fine motor. We saw them in the intervention schools, they were there. In the comparison schools, they were absent or not there very much. Then we looked at things like, are the teachers promoting children's oral language? Are the children talking? Are the children engaged in their learning activities? Is the teacher supporting them as they learn and play? In programme schools, happening across the day. In comparison schools, words like minimal or absent, infrequent, variable, low. Right, so the classrooms were very different. They did not look the same. Now, this intervention is not only a schooling intervention, it's also a child protection intervention. Because what we found was that in intervention schools, there was very little, 98% of teachers, classrooms, there was no violence against children. And by violence, I mean any physical violence, like hitting, pinching, and no psychological aggression, like yelling, threatening. So it was basically eliminated from intervention schools. Control schools, only 40% had no violence, and 45% had at least 4 instances per day. And we know children can't learn in classrooms where they're not which aren't emotionally supportive. So this is another very key finding for us. We also looked to see what happened over time. So for the 3-year-olds, this shows what happened after 1 year, which we've seen. And then at the end you can see after 1 year later. And what you can see is that most of these outcomes continue to grow over time. So children's verbal ability continued to grow. executive function grew. School readiness grew. The IQ went down a little because as the control children started coming to school, but you know, it was those initial benefits to IQ that helped children push forward in these other domains. If we look at the 4-year-olds they'd all left program classrooms, again, the intervention had helped them as they were going to another classroom. It made them able to benefit from what was on offer. So the foundational skills were built, and when they went into the next classroom, they could use those skills and continue learning. So this is really important. It's not just now they benefit, they continue to benefit over time. Very important, again, is language. So we all know in these young children, the verbal ability, the ability to use language to think, to reason, to compare, that helps them. They need that for numeracy, they need that for literacy, they need that for social emotional, they need that for self-regulation. They have to be able to use language. And these benefits to verbal ability were quite huge, you know, like 2 to 3 years of schooling in year 1, 2 to 3 years of schooling in year 2. For the 4-year-olds, it was even larger, you know, 3 to 4 years of schooling. That oral language, their ability to think, their ability to explain, their ability to compare items was much, much bigger. Why? 2 reasons. One is that we followed the Kenyan's national policy, which requires mother tongue instruction in the early years. 2, the teachers were trained in language facilitation skills. So they were trained in how to promote children's language, how to respond to children when they talk, how to ask children open-ended questions, how to read stories, how to coach children as they work and play. So this, I think this is really strong evidence for Tarakaniti County that we really need to be encouraging teachers to use mother tongue and training them in these language facilitation skills. So a summary, we showed that if 3-year-olds go to school and we compare them to children who didn't go to school and we provide high quality schooling, the children benefit across multiple domains of development. We saw that quality matters. We saw that children who are going to these enhanced preschool, the 4-year-olds going to pre-primary 1, they were benefiting more than children in pre-primary 1 in schools that hadn't received the programme. This means we need to improve quality. We saw the benefits were sustained over time, and we saw this evidence that as the intervention gets bedded in, as teachers gain more skills, as mentors gain more skills, the intervention is going better, and the children are doing better. And then we saw that mother tongue instruction, used by teachers who have strong language facilitation skills, helps children learn to think, reason, engage and learn using their language skills. So what do we need to do? Well, number 1, we need to enforce the national policy of use of mother tongue. Number 2, we need to train all pre-primary teachers. Everybody needs, all children deserve this. Right, we don't want them in school and then not really learning how, reaching their potential. We need to, in addition to training, we know that teachers need support. What we've found in other countries is if we train teachers and they get very excited and they go back to their classroom and they try it and it doesn't work. And they go, and they stop. So they need someone to come in and help them and problem solve with them and support them and praise them and just make sure that they're comfortable using it. We need to prioritise getting these 3-year-olds in school to give them that best start. All schools need classroom teaching and learning materials, and of course when we're doing any intervention, any programme, government programme, we need to embed a monitoring, evaluation and learning system, because we may have a fantastic intervention, systems change, interventions are living things, they have to adapt and flex. And when needs come up, they need to be able to see them and adapt to them. So what we know that high quality evidence-based preschool is possible. And what we need is a commitment to sustain and scale what works. So just to remind you, in the 2nd year, children gain 3 to 4 years of typical schooling in school readiness. The improvements in the 2nd year were twice as high as those in the 1st year, some were triple. And we saw that benefits grow over time. And one thing I would like just to stress is that Tharragonithe County have the capacity to do this. You don't need people. I mean, you did it, right? It was people here who did it. You have these people come and we train and we do, but the people who actually did the work are Brian and the mentors and the teachers and the head teachers. They're the people who actually made a difference to the children. It wasn't anybody else. So you have, in Tharragonithe County, you have amazing capacity. You have smart, motivated, engaged people who can do this. So my challenge is, go do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we have a hearty clap again? Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much. We are going to the next presenter. Keep your comments, observations. We are going to move into plenary for the same. So we have Professor Costas Makhi from Yale University. Women's labor supply, time use, mental health, empowerment, and household dynamics. Professor Costas is the Douglas A. Winner III Professor of Economics at Yale University. He obtained his PhD from Manchester University. He is an elected member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, Fellow of the Econometric Society, that is the British Academy, the Society for Labor Economics, a research associate of NPER, and a Jabal affiliate. He was awarded the Ragnar Friesman by the Econometric Society in 2000 and the Bordeaux Skills Foundation Prize in 1997. His current research is focused on women's labor supply and welfare programs, the economics of family, including marriage markets, so there is marriage market, and intra-household allocation of resources, on informal labor markets, wage determination, and the role of the farm, and on human capital and early childhood development. He has implemented and evaluated early childhood intervention in Colombia and more recently in India, involving children from birth to age 5. He is working on the ECT intervention in Tanzania, where mothers have been recruited during pregnancy and with the intervention commencing soon after the birth of the child. His work seeks to understand human capital formation and how people respond to incentives so as to identify policy interventions that can reduce poverty and inequality and improve intergenerational upward mobility. Professor, you are welcome. Thank you so much. Clap for Professor. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much for the welcome and for this conference, which is important for disseminating some of our results. Now, Helen talked about, let's call it the child development side of the experiment. I'm going to talk a little bit about what happens with women and families. So the backdrop to all this is that there are large gaps in female participation throughout the world. And why is that important? Well, it's important from many perspectives, right? From the individual perspective, people who work are more autonomous, are more empowered, have a greater autonomy to live their lives. But there's also a big economic imperative. Just think of the following. In a society, half the people are men and half the people are women, right? If suppose you go from a case where only men work to a case to where both women and men work, what does that mean economically? It means that GDP doubles, right? In other words, a country becomes from low income to middle income or even high income. In other words, the economic importance of women must not be underestimated, both for society as a whole and for themselves. Now, one of the key ideas behind this project is that alleviating childcare responsibilities would provide women greater opportunities to work, right? And one of the things we discussed at the beginning of the project is that the child development and women's labor market opportunities kind of come together, and you can think of a win-win policy. In other words, a policy where you provide high-quality childcare services or preschool, which improves child development, as we saw, and at the same time provides women with employment opportunities. Now, the problem is, now, that in itself is good, because when women work, there are more household resources. More household resources imply better financial decision making, and they lead to more child investments. In other words, if a family has more income, then it can invest more in its children. So you get into a virtuous circle, right? Where on the one hand you've got high quality childcare services, improving child development, improving school readiness, and changing the trajectory of learning. And on the other hand, you've got women who are more empowered, more independent, bringing in more resources within the household. This increases the spending on kids, improves their development even more, and here you are with a virtuous circle. So that's the kind of underlying logic in everything we did. Now, one thing I'd like to stress is that it's not necessarily well understood. While high quality childcare can improve developmental outcomes and improve learning trajectories, low quality childcare can harm kids, can actually positively cause harm. Why? Very simple. You're taking them from a relatively secure home environment where they are surrounded by people that love them, and you're putting them in an environment which is indifferent, with no materials, with no nurturing. That's not good for the kids. That's actually harmful. And indeed we have evidence internationally on this, that low quality childcare does reduce child development with negative long-term effects. Why am I stressing this? I'm stressing this because providing childcare services is not a magic bullet in itself. It is providing high-quality childcare services, which is of central importance. Okay, that is, and this point must not be missed. We either do it well, and then we have benefits for everybody, or we don't do it at all. So, Simon and Helen went through the experiment in detail. I'm just going to say 3 sentences. We provide preschool positions for 3-year-olds. We improve the quality of preschools for 3- and 4-year-olds. And we repeat the experiment for 2 separate cohorts, principally to make sure that the results of the first year the results of the second year are at least as good as the results of the first year. I'm going to give you an overview of the results. However, I do not want you to fix ideas with these because there are certain nuances to these results. First of all, the results were not as intuitive as we would have liked. In cohort 1, overall work fell. It did not increase. And this was mainly shifting away from family business work. Now, we do think we understand why this happened, and I'll come to it in a sec. In the second cohort, again, there was no real increase in work. However, when we look at subgroup of women by certain characteristics that I will explain in a little while, we get more nuanced results, slightly different stuff. For example, when we focus on lower income families, or when we focus on families with more liberal work norms for women. So this is going to be very important. Beyond that, we get 3 other results that are of central importance for this intervention. First of all, women engage with children more. They spend more time on homework with children. Right? So perhaps they reduce working on the family business and they complement what the school is doing with more engagement in the family. That's number 1. Number 2, critically important, we see that older siblings go back to school. Why? Because they are freed themselves from childcare responsibilities. Because in many families, the person taking care of the very young child is not necessarily the mother or even the grandmother, it's often older siblings. This 2 percentage point number that I'm showing you masks a much bigger effect, because all the effect is concentrated among teenage children. So of course, lower age children go to school anyway, right? But teenagers are often kept at home for these kinds of chores. When we provide childcare services, these kids now go back to school, and this is clearly extremely important since we want, of course, kids to complete school. And finally, we find that mother's mental health improved with fewer depressive symptoms. We found that for both cohorts. Now, this is true not for the mothers of the 4-year-olds, it's true for the mothers of the 3-year-olds. In other words, the mothers whose household responsibilities have been alleviated feel much better and have less depression. Now I'm going to give you a little bit more detail behind all this. So, in the first cohort, we have a 6 percentage point reduction in any work driven by family business. We also have a fall in hours by about 3.8 per week. In cohort 2, we have small and insignificant changes. The reductions in work are driven by households either where the father worked at baseline or lower income groups. That means in wealthier households. In poorer households, we actually had a counteracting increase in work. So for example, if we take households where the husband was not working at baseline, then we find that these women, once they have someone to take care of the child, presumably the father was not doing that much of that, actually go out and work once childcare services are offered. We also find that wives of mothers in households with low income, when they get this opportunity, actually go back to work. So this overall zero effect, and underneath it, has quite important effects on the positive side, particularly for low-income households. Now, here's the kind of interesting nuance. mothers with low baseline decision-making power. What do I mean baseline? I mean mothers who, when we started the experiment, told us that they have low decision-making power in the household, actually increase their work by about 8 percentage points. Why is that the case? Well, women who are empowered are doing more or less what they need and want to do. And if they wanted to go to work, they would find informal childcare and they would go to work. The really constrained ones were the ones in households with, let's call them, in more traditional households where women had very low decision-making power. The offer of childcare services gives them the opportunity. Now, mothers with, now we're going to look at another group of women who at baseline, at the start of the experiment, told us that they have a lot of freedom of movement. In other words, they do not have to obtain permission by their husband to go and see a friend, or perhaps even to look for work. So we call these women with high freedom of movement. For them, work and income increases. So their income rises by, their own income rises by about 2,100 Kenyan shillings, while for household income rose by about 4,000 shillings. Now these are the more, if you like, the less constrained mothers, the mothers who believe they had a lot of freedom of movement but were constrained by the lack of childcare. Mothers with low freedom of movement, in other words, let's call them very traditional households, showed no income gains. Now, what do we learn from this? We learn that it's not that providing childcare services is not a silver bullet for providing employment opportunities for women. We need to also address the social norms that pervade these families. In other words, in the more kind of traditionalist families, not much is happening. In families with more, let's say, liberal norms, a lot is happening. However, it continued in cohort 2, that's in the second year of the experiment, right, where we took another set of 3-year-olds and put them in school. Again, we have this decline in the family business. We need to understand that result a little bit better. Single mothers, however, showed no reduction, obviously, because they're very poor. Mothers with more traditional work beliefs at baseline reduced overall work most. And so what's happening here is that family structure and gender attitudes mediate these intervention effects very, very strongly. In other words, what kind of family it is matters for the understanding of the impact of the experiment. Now, this is this result I find very important. I saw it in the first cohort, and now we see it in the second cohort as well. We see that mothers spent significantly more time helping children with homework. What's going on here? Well, the children are going to good preschools and they are learning. Right? Now, this implies to the parent that helping the child more actually matters, actually has a return. So she reinforces what the school is doing by helping more at home. This is what you'd expect in a very simple, standard theoretical economic model, and this is what happens. Okay, so you've got, we're giving a good education to the child. Consequently, any extra help has even more value than it had before when the child was not learning. So freed up time is being redirected towards educational engagement, not towards leisure. In other words, the mothers who have a reduced engagement in the family business are not just taking time off, just enjoying themselves, perhaps a little bit of that, but a lot of that is also going engaging with the children. And we see the same pattern in the second year. Now, this is fathers, you need to get your act together. No significant changes in time use. And indeed, fathers spent 5 percentile points less time on childcare. So basically, they moved away from childcare when childcare was outsourced to the school. So that's kind of a bit upsetting, because it means that reduced paternal involvement partially offsets maternal gains. So, one thing, where does this take us in terms of policy and education? It says that we should be trying to engage fathers more than so basically we need to be working on fathers to convince them that it's important that they are engaged with their children. Now, this is the this result I find very important and very encouraging. Overall, the attendance of older kids to school increased by 2 percentage points. If we split it up to the younger kids, the less than 13-year-old and the more than 13-year-old, all the effect is for the more than 13-year-old. That is the high-risk dropout group from schools. Right? In other words, for them, 8 percentage points increase in school participation. That's a very large number. Right? What's happening there? I think that is kind of obvious. It doesn't need too much explanation. Basically, these kids were involved in childcare, and now they've been freed up from that. So it's not only mothers, and that's a lesson we've seen in many countries, because it's often not the mother that's actually taking care of the very young siblings, simply because she's engaged with other stuff, either in the household or sometimes working or whatever, but it's other members of the family, specifically grandparents and older siblings. And you provide childcare. That means you've got a triple win here, because not only have you improved the educational inputs for the very young kids, not only have you given more free time to the mother, but you're also increasing school participation for the older kids. So preschool access generates positive schooling spillovers for older children. Okay, so this happens in both cohorts. Right? The reason I'm stressing it's happening in both cohorts, because it's as if we've run 2 experiments, not 1. And by running 2 experiments, we're reinforcing the message. It was not a fluke, right? It actually really did work. We did it twice, and we got more or less the same results, and in developmental terms, we got much bigger results. The stronger results that Helen showed are due to the fact that, basically the implementing team learned better how to run the intervention. We kept the best of them and so on. So all this helped. But in addition, all these other side effects, like increasing participation in kids and better of older kids and better engagement of the mothers, actually was repeated in exactly the same way. Now, mothers did much better. So depressive symptoms declined, and they declined twice as much in the second cohort as in the first cohort. Now, here I need to clarify: the reduction is for mothers of 3-year-olds. That means mothers whose time was freed up by participation in the preschool. It was not for 4-year-olds. So initially I would have
I had speculated and hoped that the mere fact of improved education would have improved the mental health of mothers. The mechanism seems to be different. The mechanism is perhaps a little bit more obvious, right? You've got an overburdened person with all sorts of responsibilities. If you offer childcare, the child goes to school, things become a little bit more smooth at home, right? And depressive symptoms decline, right? Because she's got more time to get things done. In household income, among groups with norms that support women's career and empowerment. In other words, not everywhere, right? It didn't improve for more traditional type households. So this is my presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Once more, let's clap for Prof. Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much. We are going to have just 3 questions, probably 1 to each of the presenters, and then I will hand over the program to the Master of Ceremony. Quick comment, question, observation. By the way, Prof, assisting children, I think mothers assisting children had a positive outcome. But I'm wondering how many mothers can be able to assist children with their homework in Tharaka Nithi because of illiteracy. I don't know whether you got something there.
Well, we don't have something there now, but we could have, because we do measure literacy, so we can see if the effect is coming from the mothers who are more literate. But as we were discussing with colleagues yesterday, data analysis takes a little bit of time and a lot of effort. So you have to wait for this when we complete our analysis. But that's a really very good point, of course.
Thank you. Yes, there's one here.
I think I'm not good enough, Prof.
I'm sure you are not.
Thank you, the presenters, for a good presentation. My question goes to the first presenter, because one, let me make a gentle comment. The data seems not to speak. You've asked my question. The first presenter said that most of the mothers are illiterate. They have not gone beyond, if I'm not wrong, primary school education. Yes. Then how can you then, the third speaker also speaks of what Prof asked about these mothers helping the students with their homework. That's number one. The question I want to ask was the first presenter. You talked about these ecological zones, the upper zones, the middle zones, and the Tharaka part. Was the difference significant? Because I would expect the mothers in the upper zone, the coffee zone, the middle zone, where there are a lot of activities, will be very different from what the mothers are doing, because I don't think the people of Tharaka, the mothers go to look for livestock. See, that's a work for men. Let me speak in English, because taking these mothers, these cows and goats to the particular market. So that one is, so the key thing about the whole of those 3 presentations is that the data need to speak to each other. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Maruta Abraham. My question goes to Professor Costas. There was a finding about the moving mothers. The mothers who move a lot, there is an increase of income at the household level. Now, my question is in line with that. Did you find out that the house helps are able to help the children grow for those moving mothers at the household level?
Just one more question, then we stop there. Yes, Nasike.
I want to congratulate the professors
for the good work that they have really demonstrated to us. I also want to congratulate the mentors, the mentees and the teachers. When they say that they did good work, and these are people I produced. These are my students, majority of them, so I'm proud of you. And we have always told people what we do in early childhood is good work. And there you have witnessed. Having worked in early childhood for close to 34 years, what you are saying is what we tell people. So the findings are not strange to us. This is what we tell people on the benefits or what results you take in early childhood, which is the foundation of everything about the child. And so we try to do this. But now, if you employ one teacher to take care of 100 kids, you see, this can't work. Where the mothers take the children is in early childhood. The rural mothers, they take you go there, you will find them there at the back of the siblings, the older siblings, carried to the school, and they sleep there. And sometimes that's why there's food. Because of food, they go there, like the nomadic families. It is the feeding program that takes children there, and they take all of them. 2 years, 3 years, they're all there. But when there is only one teacher, and now you are talking about poor quality environment, high quality environment, how shall we achieve that one? Yeah, I think that study, you people should have helped us now to do advocacy. Yeah, advocacy and investment in early childhood. You know, it is taken to be the work of mothers. Children are the work of mothers, not the work of a professor, not the work of the government. Doesn't invest in early childhood. 0% funding from the ministry, 0.001%. That is the issue, Professor.
Thank you, Professor Costa.
Yeah,
and then Professor Nywere.
Yeah, so as I said, the analysis of the data is the first pass. Right. There's much more we need to look at before we get to the more nuanced conclusions. Although what we presented here is of course correct, it's still big picture. Now, by the way, the women are not necessarily moving a lot around. They perceive themselves as having a freedom of movement. In other words, it's a kind of a measure of empowerment. Now, child development is a joint activity between the family and the preschool and school system. In other work that both Helen and I have been involved, we do parenting programs in the age groups of 1 to 3. And these parenting programs have specifically an aim to improve child engagement of parents, it's usually mothers. So we fully recognize the role of the family, and the parenting programs we apply, and this goes also to the previous question, do not necessarily rely on literacy. The basic thing you need parents to do at that age is to engage with the child, to respond to the child, to be nurturing, to communicate, to talk, whatever. It doesn't require necessarily very high levels of literacy to achieve that. right? So you can have mothers who don't have strong literacy levels still engage with the children and improving their developmental outcomes. And if I'm wrong, Helen will of course immediately correct me. So yeah, that's what I'll leave it at that.
My friend, first of all, okay, we have 3 agroecological zones. The truth and the reality of Tarakaniti and maybe many other places. The work of keeping, looking after goats and sheep is not for men. A lot of, if you go down there, the first thing you actually see is women working with those animals to either grazing areas or moving them to somewhere. It's a little bit depressing that there are men. When you go to Taraka, I'm sorry Maruta, you come from Taraka, you actually don't see men, you don't see men literally, you just see women with either kids, water, or animals. You actually don't see a man. When you go to the home, you may see a man seated somewhere in a shade. And then the mother becomes very cautious on what she's telling you. That is the circumstance that we are operating in. So the taking care of animals is actually the work of women in Taraka side. Even up here, keeping those dairy animals and milking them and feeding them, here in Ichuka Upper, we can just go to one of the homes and you just realize that it's the work of women. Why are we burdening women with a lot of work? Okay. That's a question we are, and in fact, the agroecological zone now showed us that we expected the women in the upper zone to engage more in now milking better milk, going to look for grass and so on, and therefore having the animal feed better and have more milk. That was our expectation. Not necessarily that they abandon that work and do another work. They were trying to improve the work they are doing by spending more time now that they did not have a child to disrupt them in terms of going to look for something to support something else. I encourage you, there are papers which will be presented this afternoon, tomorrow, that also speak into some of these things directly. What my colleagues, what we have given is actually an overall dimension of what the project was about and what we have managed to see. Now, the question we asked, of course, was that women are teaching, spending more to teach children. They are actually not necessarily teaching them. They are just happy that the child is speaking to them and telling them things they have been doing in school. Obviously, we will expect the mother to be very happy and hang around with the child. In fact, the fathers are now working with the children around because the child is very clever. Are you getting the point? There are more men now, if you look at the data, there are men who are engaging more, they are spending more hours, a little bit more hours with their children. For what reason? To just walk around with them.
Yeah, thank you very much. You wanted to respond to some point here. Thank you.
Was this gentleman here? Thank you very much for that. We design interventions to be low cost, right? And we take things as they are. So we didn't change the classrooms, we didn't put new furniture and new floors. We worked with classrooms as they were, and we made the intervention as low cost as we could. But you're right, there's insufficient investment in early childhood. And if a teacher has 100 children, she can't. Nobody can. We were in one school once with Brian, and I can't remember which mentor, and the teacher had about 40 children, and honestly, we stayed the whole day. When we go to school, I went the whole day, and I'd stay in the school. By the end of the day, I was exhausted, and I wasn't doing the work.
The teacher is here.
The teacher is here?
Naomi.
Well, it was you. I went back with Brian and I said, I don't know, but this teacher deserves a medal because you just kept going all day. You were amazing. The children were engaged the whole day. She didn't drop a minute. Who was the mentor? Alison. Yeah. I mean, it was incredible. But we shouldn't make teachers do that. You're just a miracle worker. So I agree, we need more investment in early childhood. We need to make sure the class sizes are reasonable. The maximum class size is 25. We need to make sure that teachers are appreciated. We need to make sure they have the resources they have. So we can make interventions as low cost as we can, but they still cost money. They're not free. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much. I think we enjoyed that particular session, and I hand over the program back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So one clap for the researchers, one clap for the teachers, and one clap for the learners. In our next session, which will be very brief, we will cut it short by 30 minutes. All of us are going to remain here in the plenary session. And then there is a group of dialogue, policy dialogue, that are going to go to room 206. Yes. So all of us are remaining here, and those who are remaining here, we have the session moderator, Hudson Ouko, and rapporteurs are Dr. Ananda Kube and Boniface Mukade. And then down there in room 206, the session moderators are Diana Ford and Professor Judith Waudo. Rapporteurs are Jacqueline Kanana and Edna Moy. Please, only the people who are indicated in room 206 in the program are the ones that are going to room 206. But I would also request the Deputy Director, ECD, to join them. Only the people who are in the program are going to room 206. The rest of us, we are remaining here. 30 minutes for each session. Room 306 and room 206. So, where is Hudson?
Well done, ladies. You see what you did?
Yeah, then after this, we will break for lunch. So 30 minutes, after this we break for lunch, again for 30 minutes.
Those of us who are here, we want to start right away. Thank you very much, MC. We want to spend our time well, and I want to ensure if we have the following, they can take the front seat. One of them is Brian Muridi, my brother Kuja, Samson Muteo, line up here, Priscilla McKenna, Naomi Ken Kageni from Ikulu Primary, Kuja, Lucy Karibi, Ndunjia Primary. Then we also have Lillian Kiruja, and Dr. Yeah, we can take this one. Thank you. I'm only saying. Okay. Since we have chairs here. Dr. Nasike, you could take a chair here so that you help us discuss issues here. Come here.
Murithi, I had
It was good, especially to the 3-year-olds. They were attractive materials. So if we had children, maybe who had issues or problems of coming from home to school, the materials that they got in school were attractive to them, so they would make the learners, the children, to cool down. Usually what we do during activities, we would go to school early enough to be able to wait for the children. We would prepare, but by having different play areas for the learners. So when they come to school in the morning, we have different play areas with different materials for the children to play. So we would not instruct the learners on where they are going. The child will choose where they want to go themselves. We have different corners. Some corners had blocks, others had Play-Doh, others had puzzles. This is early in the morning. So the learner would come and interact with the materials immediately in the morning. This would make them joyful and be ready for learning by the time we start at 8 in the morning.
That is in as much as it all started in the morning, they had material, very good.
Yes.
For purposes of coming back to, so that you add what you may have not added. Now, you, your next neighbor, to tell us something about it.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I am Naomi Kagedi, as accountant teacher from Eko Primary. I have been this training or this intervention for the last 2 years, and I have seen it's working from different from the one that we have, because I have seen staying with the children or these 3 young children, the work is becoming so easy, as the way my colleague has said, that handling these young children from home to school, it is easy to stay with them, because there is no crying in school. Because if you give them those materials in the morning, they will enjoy playing that. Even if the parent is leaving the child with you, the parent is happy.
How many pupils do you have?
Pardon?
How many pupils do you have in your class?
Preschools.
Preschool, yes. How many?
Yeah, for now they are 8.
So you could enjoy because there were few, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can the next person talk something about that? So you can see, when the presentation was here, that it was like, don't bog teachers with many pupils and you expect much. So maybe you have added to that. We'll come back to you. Yes?
Sorry, moderator, I might not be able to talk about that because I'm addressing policy.
Yes, pass it on. About 3 people are addressing policy. Very good.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes.
I'm Priscilla McKenna, mentor from the Raka cluster. In the intervention, we have been divided into 3 clusters. We have the Raka cluster, Mara cluster, and Chuka Igambangombe. And we have mentors to mentor these different schools. We, as the intervention, ensure that there is employment of the teachers and the mentors. And we have earned several trainings. We have earned an initial training where we were trained for 3 weeks as the mentors, then how to implement the intervention in the schools. Then later on we trained the teachers, and we have been doing this throughout. There are trainings that we call them cluster trainings. These are done at cluster level according to the clusters. And the work of mentor is to support the teachers, to offer in-class support to the teachers, and also to ensure the fidelity of the implementation of the intervention strategies. Thank you.
Very good. I hear from you are not one of us, one of the teachers. So, are you?
I am a head of an institution.
Let us hear from Dr. Oteyo, the anchor, the planner of the whole thing, in terms of, yes, you have children, they are not interfered with, you will end up now delivering well. So whatever you have, sir, it will bring us perspective, because eventually we shall come back and ask you what's the way forward. Thank you.
I have to say that I've not really understood your question. But let me guess.
Yes.
Or I'll give it an intelligent guess. My name is John Otayo, a psychologist by training. I was in charge of measurement. I was leading a team of experts, Dr. Gashara, Dr. Eunice, Maza from the West Indies, and of course we had the field measurement teams. We had the field measurement lead, Jacqueline, the observation lead, Benson, and the household survey lead, and all of them coming from the academy. Of course, before we did the measurements, we needed to do training, post-classroom training, to give an overview of the tools that we are using. We were using both standardized tools, and of course the household survey for the fathers and the mothers were constructed by the researchers, borrowing a lot from the theory of change, and of course the empirical literature. We did corrections at 3 phases. The baseline, where we were, after trying to establish the parents, whether the members of the control group and the experiment group, whether they were parents based on our randomization. Of course, we saw a lot of parents, and any parents, we considered it in our analysis to control for the compounding effects. Then we did assessment at the midline after 1 year, trying to check on the progress and what has been done by the end of the first year, both for the 3 years old and the 4 years old, because they were learning together. And moving to the second year, the 3-year-old in January 2024 remained the same class as the 4-year-old moved to the next class to P2. Then those who were at the home, the control members, now joined in the experimental control groups. So when we did the end line, we factored the aspect of those children who remained at home and tried to find whether there were any significant differences on the child development indicators, and for the mothers, who we believe by giving them maternal leave, they could engage in livelihood activities, measuring very many indicators. So I don't know, is that enough for now?
That's enough. I think, allow me to say this. We have policy people here.
Yes.
They might address policy.
Yes.
But listening to Dr. Nazik,
yes,
his experience in our child, maybe you want to touch 1 or 2 things he thinks that relate to the intervention, and or how we can do it better, so that our policy engagement is informed on how to come in. So, Dr. Nazik, please, you are 3 minutes, actually 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you. You want me to touch something on the policy? First, I want to know if the teachers who participated in this study have got permanent and pensionable employment currently.
Understand and tell us something. You know, we are in a discussion. Tell us, do we have some who have been employed permanently? What do you have?
Okay, thank you. I am Rose Kadini, one of the mentors. What we had in the field, teachers that are employed by the county, 1 teacher that was employed by the county, and 1 teacher that had been employed by was employed by the KU, by the intervention. So we had 2 teachers that were employed. The intervention teacher was on contract of 2 years, and the county teacher is permanent and pensionable. That's what we had.
Yeah, because if we are implementing a program talking about local interventions, we need to use our local people who are, you have seen, to mentor other teachers in the county, because we have the skills, but sometimes these people, after participating in the project, they just go now to their homes, and with the skills, they just go with the skills. So it could be important to note that these skills should continue to be used if in case that the situation is the way that some of them, the contracts are given and so on. I think that's one thing that really we have trained teachers in early childhood. We don't lack teachers who are trained. What we lack is employment of these teachers. I want to say that the county government have done very good things in early childhood, a lot of good things. However, the employment of teachers need to continue, need to be a regular revision exercise so that reduction in teacher-child ratio at the ECD centers could be made reasonable. And also, I want to say that children who are 0 to 3, they do not need to come to the centers. They can be taken care at the family level if the parents are aware, given, there's a community awareness that says, parent, as much as you are, as you can, young children do not need to go to preschool so early. But if the preschools are good, they have enough teachers, the children can go. The environment in the school allows children who are young also to be taken care of. Then children can go to preschool. But most, like when we talk about nurturing care framework, we are talking about health, nutrition, stimulation, security and safety, and early learning experiences. These can take place at home. It can also take place at school. So we need to approach this from family level as well as from center level. If our counties strengthen the issue of hiring the right qualified teachers.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe the questions will come to you. Now let's hear from our policy members, experts here. They can talk to whatever they want to talk, how they have been touched. Please tell us who you are, so that you are recorded. We know who is that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Riding on the already established protocols, my name is Wakili Lilia Keruja, working with the County Government. I'm here to talk briefly on the policy issue which anchored or which enabled this RCT or this program to be able to be executed in schools. As we are all aware, according to the Early Childhood Policy of the National Government of 2018, children under 4 years are not allowed in public schools. Yes. They are not, under 4 years are not allowed in public schools, but in private schools they do have an exemption whereby they call it playgroup. So in light of that, the county government came up with a policy in 2019, and it was adopted in they developed the policy in 2021, so that the persons are able now, so that this project is able to be held or carried out in the public schools. So once this policy was developed and adopted by the cabinet of the day and assented to by the governor, and of course the county assembly was notified of the same, because the county assembly is only notified and it's marked as a session paper of that sitting house. The children who are 3 years now are able to be admitted in school. Because if there was no law which governed this process, then there was no way this one could be adopted or allowed in school. Based on that policy, now you are able to go or do what you are explaining you are doing in the schools. So for that, the government supported the entire institution based on that. But initially, the thinking of the project, but it took a different turn anyway. The thinking of the project was that this, because it is titled "Why? What works for women? Economic empowerment." Initially, it was envisioned that this intervention would not go to schools. It was meant to go closer to persons and women who work in the markets, who work in the villages, who work in institutions informally, who work in TPK zones, who work in the markets, who take their goods, and because that was the thinking. How can we? I've exceeded my time. No. Now I've seen him standing, so I was asking. So the vision behind it was that how can we empower women and make them economically empowered? How do we enhance it? And the initial thinking was this thing can go into markets where facilities are held, like the Chuka markets, where there are children's, where women can continue with their activities, but they are bringing their children with them who are not of school-going age, so that they are taken care of at that particular center to improve their productivity in well-being. So this one was the proposal was we based it in the markets which are there, all the markets in the 3 ecological zones, because you find in the Raka mostly they do livestock. So when they come to the livestock markets and sell their wares, there's a place where they can take their children and continue with their economic activities. When it comes to the middle zone, we were targeting all these markets. And true to that, there is an ongoing policy where the government of the day is putting up facilities in all markets. This one is being supported by the Kenya Kwanza government. When they are putting the historic buildings, there is a place known as creche for women who will be taking their children there. But now, because of the time constraint of the project, because it was pegged on a timeline, then the intervention had to go to schools. And that's why we moved to schools and came up with a policy which would support that. Thank you.
Maybe we are coming back to you. Give the other policy lady there, but what you are bringing up on board is that the beginning is not just having children join school. It's about children getting somewhere secure to be and give the mothers confidence to go out, their mothers are taken care of. 2 is that can 3-year-olds also learn? If they can learn, then we can now start thinking from policy direction that we can have them lined up for play group. You have put it very well that in the private sector, them they have because nobody's, so they are not gagged in terms of the children who come over. So they are there. So we are trying to come up, is it possible, as you sit here, and they ask you a few questions, is it possible then we can say, now that we have seen the presentation here, could the 3-year-olds can learn? How best then can we take care of them, not necessarily school? Thank you, lady, my sister. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. The lady is Lillian Wotoni, supervising the whole. Okay, I'm head of an institution. We are one of the schools, which is carrying out, or which was selected to be part of this program. Okay, picking from where she has just left, on the supervision part of it as the head of the school, I would like to put a few things across, because once these kids are brought to school, of course the 3-year-olds, there are some who are 3.5, 3.4, 3.9, definitely in the course of time they turn 4. Now the age at which they're supposed to start the PP1. I would say that it is basically not really learning, okay, or being taught, but it is all about an environment where these kids are, and once they are brought to those institutions or to the schools, they start interacting, and by, you see they start getting used to the system, and you see them enjoying. May I say that looking at, for the last 2 years, this is the 3rd year now, the number of these kids, especially this year, this is the 3rd year, it has drastically increased. It means that, okay, I'm in a setup, in a very rural setup, where there are no even markets for these sales and all these, but many mothers there survive from hand to mouth. They go for hand labor, and they do these are the jobs, the kutafuta kibarua na kufanya kazi, and they are bringing those kids to school, those 3-year-olds. The kids are interacting with the others. They interact with items of play. They interact with other learners, and you find that they are enjoying being there. Other than even learning, I have realized that by the time now they are done with the 2 years, the ones now who started as 3-year-olds when this program started, most of them now are in PP2, and some of them who are incorporated in that program, they are now in grade 1. Those grade 1s who are able now to listen or to do what the others were doing when the program started, the teacher in grade 1 has less difficulties even to put across matters of now learning. Because when they're interacting with these objects as we supervise, you find them maybe with wooden blocks. And that block, the child interacts with that block, the child can tell you 10 things about that block. The child can tell you the block, the color of the block. She may not necessarily this is red, but she can tell you this looks like blood, this one looks like that flower. So you can identify an item in very many ways, the shape, the size.
I'm not disturbing you. You are really drilling us, as a head of an institution. It's like you are saying how? You are saying what? Are you trying to say that these children, they can't be in school, or when they are in school, you are recommending the intervention?
I am recommending that they can be in school and they are safer there, yes, and they are giving the system a better way even of handling them when they start really going to school. Yeah.
Thank you. I think I've gone the whole round. To be fair, we have scholars here.
I want to add something here. Small.
Yes.
You know, when private schools...
There are only 2 questions. Have your question ready?
When private schools are supporting kids as young as babies, and us who are there, we say ours should not. So what are we trying to say? Are we trying to say that now we give an advantage to private people who have money, and us who depend on public institutions just say that they should not go to school? And yet those ones are going to school, and they benefit. Ours, we are saying it is not, you know, 2 to 3 should not go to school.
Professor, excuse me. You answer a question.
Let me finish.
Yes.
I want to conclude.
Yes, yeah. But let me bring you to speed. You know, you are almost answering a question you have not been asked. Questions are coming from there. So you have answered a question that is not already asked. We are now going to ask a question. Thank you, Prof. Smart. And you can pinpoint who answers or general. Thank you very much. Thank you for agreeing to.
Thank you, moderator. I'm quite impressed by presentations that was done and the panelists are there. I happen to know what we are doing here. I happen to have the history of that. I want to go directly to Prof. Prof, note some things. We are talking about women participation in the labor market. So what you wanted to share with us about nurturing children and caring children at home, again will contradict what is it that we want to see forth in the result analysis. Because here, the intention is to relieve that mother who is taking care of a child for quite 3 years until when the child reaches to go to school so that she can be relieved to go out in the market and start earning the living. So it's not possible to propose anything related to children being taken care of. It is not there. Secondly, it's about the public institutions and the marketplaces that was in the picture of the conception of the program. Now the choice of the primary schools, Wakili, was because public schools are many and they have space where even those centers can be developed. At the same time, developing a policy to inform Ministry of Education that even a 3-year child can go to school in the process of development. And in so doing, then the mothers affected are able now to go out and continue earning their living in one way or the other. When the survey of the livelihood was conducted, we realized here in Chuka, there were some mothers who were locking their children in the house and go to earn a living and come and lock. So if anything happened, then that could be disaster. Anyway, my question is, so that we inform this intervention in the best way possible. On the trainings that the caregivers or teachers have gone through, I would want to understand, where were you drawing the basis of material developing from? Material development, where were you getting the basis of developing those materials? Is it on an international standard, or is it on a contextual analysis of Kenyan standard, the education sector of it, so that they can resonate very well with whatever the competence-based curriculum is designed for in this. Because I heard a teacher mention something very, very, very good one, that they introduce the play materials, and then the child could learn where is feeling attracted. That's of course developing the competence of that child in the process. So that is my question. Number 2, we are talking about informing the policy. We have 2 levels of policy here. The policy at the county level and the policy at the national level. The policy briefs that are developed, how are we sure of sharing? It's even very unfortunate, moderator, that even the people to advise are already left. So we need to document them very well, because the people who are left here have very little to influence on the policy. I'm sorry to say, I'm not sounding political, but it's too unfortunate that is in this country, when we are discussing matters pertaining people, the people who matter may not participate in it. They will wait for the books to read. Then they will not know the conversation that is taking place. So next time, whoever is convening, let you implore on the people who will sit in the policy docket to remain and hear the findings. Thank you.
Now, what do you want us to do? Did you ask a question? And maybe you did. Do you need any response? But essentially, let me come to you and say that Professor is one of the initiators of that, and he has come to unpack the essence of and the spirit of the intervention, not necessarily, having children in school or not, but we were like, can you get the children out of the hands of the mother and safely so? What will the mother be doing? And if you get them out, what will the children be doing in terms of their development, safety, stimulation, all that? Then from this discussion, given what we have heard from presenters, and we shall get more, in fact papers are on the road coming, all these researchers have written, it's about then what could be our take-off or take-home. What decision can we make so that our lawyers here can say, yes, that one is viable? So, any other question? Dr. Mwangi. He did ask.
I don't want to ask a question, but I want to respond to his question.
Yes, good.
Yes. He has asked about the materials that these children were using. The materials were locally produced. In fact, we had a very big workshop where, and even people were employed to develop materials. Materials such as drums, materials such as blocks that were cut by fundis and painted, dolls were made, balls were made. You saw the children using the tires when they were demonstrating, and almost everything was locally made. So these are materials that children were familiar with, and they really enjoyed using them. And before the conference ends, we are showcasing those materials. So please, don't leave this conference before you visit our showroom to see the materials that children were using.
Thank you a lot, Dr.
Now my question will go there, but
if materials are locally made, the curriculum of this country is not local. This is an experiment county, because it's a county amongst the 47 counties. Then my recommendation again to that is, are we going to recommend to publishers or what we have developed, that some of it can be incorporated in the publishing bureaus like KLB, Kenyatta Foundation, or whatever, Kenyatta Foundation, something like that.
I want her to respond again because I know who she is. She actually was one of those who adapted the KICD curriculum together with the thinking, the idea of this. Yes?
Yes, okay, I understand your concern. Yes. And one of the things that we noted when actually the program was starting is that our pre-primary schools do not have materials. If you go to some of those classes, it's just a plain wall, nothing. And most of the teachers are using lecture method to teach these children. And we had to bring in the aspect of play-based learning. And that is what we want to upscale. Let our teachers stop just lecturing to children. And the issue of developing materials should also come from the teacher, your creativity. And retooling our teachers on how to use materials and to prepare materials from the local materials or from locally available materials. So in as much as we want to, we cannot change the curriculum, but the curriculum that we came up with for the 3-year-old, we had to customize it. Because remember, the 3-year-old are not supposed to be in school. So we customized the curriculum.
Signs are that the others have finished, but I don't want to let your question.
I also had a number. I also had a question.
Yes, a question.
Yeah, you are going to ask.
Thank you so much.
Brief.
Yeah, I'm very much excited by having the teachers here being able to share the experiences. My question is almost aligned to what the question I've been asked, is in terms of aligning the work that you're doing with the curriculum design. And also my question is on, we have a stakeholder here, especially for the younger ones, the parents. Was there a point whereby they were involved in the whole process, that you're able to have the connection between the classroom or the childcare space and at home, and at what point were they involved? And also really interested to see, because from the earlier presentation, there was that particular concern that there's a village whereby you're not able to meet a man, maybe doing other work. Is there a point whereby the fathers were involved in the activities? And if so, could could be able to see there are different kind of outcomes for those particular children whereby the fathers were involved in the whole process.
Thank you. Because Dr. Teo will be thinking of that question, let us have another question there.
Thank you very much, and neighbor. Now, we just a follow-up and to the policy makers. The parents have seen the advantage, the tremendous advantage of this intervention. And it's true that they cannot support themselves, that we need the government to support. But it's in their way, because the initial thinking was to support market. I sell njugu, I save 2 shillings, I can give to the teacher so that I can concentrate on selling. Can we do, can you think about a way of making it privately sponsored so that we don't have to go to the county gives the possibility, and then the willing parents, and we chipping in weekly, monthly, so that we can continue with this process.
That's one suggestion. And then anybody we are leaving, yes, I want to give. Yeah, I was missing on you. There's one here.
Oh, there's another one.
Thank you, the presenters, for a good presentation. Professor Joel, Chuka University. Number one is sustainability. You know what happens? We've been involved in projects once the donor goes out. How sustainable is that? Is the county government, I don't know whether it's a professor or a doctor, he asked about those teachers. Once the funding goes, assuming the Gates Foundation does not fund it, what happens to those trained teachers that were supposed to go on? If they don't have permanent tasks, it means we have defeated the purpose of this project in the first place. That's number one. Number two, I'm a researcher myself, a lot of papers. There is a lot of talk on papers, but if the papers are based on, I have not seen your data, but from the little I've experienced, there's a lot of assumptions. How are you going to take care of those particular assumptions? Number three, Maruta here asked about that the main purpose of this project was women empowerment. I have not heard about, is there somebody, a sociologist on the panel? Maybe, apart from the guy doing psychology. Daktari, sorry, not guy, Daktari doing psychology. Was there a sociologist?
I think, remember we were in a plenary.
Plenary, yeah?
This is a plenary.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask about the project itself, not here.
Good.
Because the problem is there is a lot of misunderstanding. Sorry to say this, you know, if I go to Masai and I go with my thinking about Kenya, I will, like Masai, you don't talk to women without the presence of men. See, everybody who has done research among the Masais. So, even in the Raka, if we go to the Raka with the thinking of a Masai, sorry to use that particular thing, then the whole result will be wrong. That's why somebody asked, my first asked, what about the men? Yes, is there a man here who was part of this particular project? Maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe.
Thank you.
Maybe you don't have the direction, because when this was done, there were levels before even the baseline that informed the researchers. And therefore, even men, they were the same people who were allowing their children to join school or not. In fact, some said, no, this is a young one, it's not going anywhere. So it was like a discussion, and therefore there was inclusion and exclusion on principle. Some said mine will turn around 4 by mid of this. Is that one qualified? And therefore there was that mathematics until we found who fits. So I think all was done. Even the issue of those who are about to be employed, I mean our teachers who have serious expertise. In fact, some of them we have used them in Kenyatta recently. We had to come for them, come and train our young teachers from Kenyatta. And the governor represented, we have had sessions with him a lot, and he's the one who commissioned this. In fact, there are some, he has already employed some.
And this budget, I don't want to talk for them because I was in that meeting. He said, I'm not going to leave this. Once I pointed at that gentleman, he said, can't leave these brains who are away at his place. So we have all those records. We think there is good thinking about these teachers, and they are Kenyan teachers. We shall use them largely, those of us who are in this field. Thank you. So, any response?
I wanted to respond something small about what he's asking about the market, from what's supposed to bring mothers. Let me say that the care of the mother is the most important care in a child development. And so the idea that children can be cared at the centers, at the creches, is to complement that care. We try also there to imitate the mother, to have that environment of emotional and nurturing, which is from the mother. So we are just talking about complementing. We are not really saying that we remove children. If children have a mother who is able to stimulate the child, buy some some print materials, have some stimulating environment, have toys around the family. That's what we are talking about. That the care, the development of a child can also take place at home, and also can take place at the creches. And also the issue of money, payment. Let's try very hard to say that we are dealing with public institutions. However, the mothers I know, they are talking about creche, in the centers, in the factories, in whatever. Those are the mothers who have already started this issue. The challenge we have is our poor people. Even if they are making that income, the mothers in Turkana go for firewood. They go and collect palm leaves. They go and make charcoal. So it's not actually about even the market. It's about going to fetch water. When this mother goes to fetch water, the child, there's no child left there. Just sleeping there with their siblings, with very dirty. So it's about all mothers actually. And for me, poor mothers, poor communities, rural mothers are really at the pain of my heart in this program. That's why I voted for ECD.
Thank you. I think, members, it could have been good if we continued that. The rest have gone for lunch. I'm remembering we have not taken lunch. And we need to go and take lunch. The papers, presentations are just on the way. And then thereafter, Professor, we have the way forward. And that's where we want your brains to help us really make the point for the government. And I can see Dr. one of the planners putting the hand up. I don't know what you want to say.
I want to beg that you give Dr. Oteo a chance to, in maybe 1 or 2 minutes, to respond to him.
I've been asked
his hand up, and I know he has some good responses.
So, Dr. Oteo, you had the right to say, you want to say something. So,
I don't know to give an up, but the psychologist has read my mind as a colleague. One point that I wanted to demonstrate to the audience, there's a demonstration that even 3 years old can learn. Because when we compared those who stayed at home and those who were in school, we found that there was a significant difference. In fact, like 6.5 in numeracy percent when you compare the experiment child and the control child. And another thing I wanted to say, the intervention was not just about the materials, because the teachers were trained on how they can deliver various learning activities that were child-centered and even challenging their cognitions and the aspect of integration to their daily life experiences. And of course, in our measurement, we're also looking at how much the teacher teacher-learner interaction is there, and the learner, it is centered, and the learner is given positive emotional tones and responsibilities, and is supported by the teacher and the peers. And of course, the aspect of using materials, not the teacher-centered one, but actually how many children are involved in using the materials, either in their free play, on their own, or on the teacher-centered guided activities. So maybe that is what I wanted to hear from the measurement side. Thank you.
Thank you, which means it's not about safety, it's not about the teacher, it's not about materials. All those work in connection to bring the child who's ready. So materials are very critical. Members, you'll still continue to enlighten us. Thank you, the policy people and rapporteurs who have taken our take home. But we want to clap for them so that next time they can come. 1, 2, 3. Again, our lunch is served the same place we took breakfast and ground floor. May God bless you. Thank you.
to engage in a panel discussion, you're free to organize it the way you want, but we have only 30 minutes. We do that, and once we are done, we go for refreshments and then we break until tomorrow. Yeah, if someone wants to use this, yeah. So, Dr. Hudson, welcome. You are chairing the session, so kindly come in front. Oh, you're the one chairing? Yes. Oh, why was I thinking it's Hudson? Sorry. It's Professor Teresa Mwoma who is chairing this session. Sorry for the confusion. And then we have Fred Okeo Labutuari.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. You know, if there are bad classes that anyone would want to teach, is the afternoon class. Because people will start praying for you. And I'm not... okay, this afternoon, we are going to have presentations from people I'm not seeing here, even one. MC? MC, can you get me Professor Judith Waudo, Professor Simon Onywere, Lillian is here, I can see you. Please come and sit in front here. We have Edna Chemtai. Where is Edna? Very good, come and sit next to you. You see now, even when I say I don't see even one, I'm right. Yeah, is somebody getting me the two professors who are not here? Okay, thank you so much. So for those whom I have not interacted with, my name is Teresa Mwoma. I'm an associate professor at Kenyatta University in the Department of Early Childhood. And Kenyatta University has seconded me to the African Council for Distance Education, where I am serving as the executive director, and our secretariat is at Kenyatta University, but I coordinate 30 African universities. And I want Chuka University, if anybody is listening to me, you are not our member, and I want you to join us. I'm also the founder and national coordinator for the ECD network for Kenya. I'm sure you have heard about it. So, this afternoon,
I'm announcing that where I seated there, somebody dropped his fare. Check your pocket, come to me as I bring the professors who are at large.
You know, when it comes to money, he cannot tell me, he doesn't see me as the person on the steering wheel, okay? He wants to keep the money safely. So we will start with those who are here as we wait for the others to come. So this afternoon, we are going to have Lillian Kiruja making a presentation focusing on advancing women's livelihoods through sustainable socio-economic strategies in Tharaka Nithi County, Kenya. So Lillian, I hope, do we have a technical person who is going to help us managing the presentations or helping the presenters? Lillian, welcome. We are waiting for Professor Waudo is here. Then we have Professor Nywele, are you here? He's coming. So I'm told we have only 40 minutes starting now. And because we will have at the end, if you have a question, write it down. So I'll give each presenter 7 minutes so that we have 3 minutes for his or her question. So I had called Lillian here to come and present when Prof you were away. So I think she can start and then you will be number 2. Thank you.
Riding on the already established protocols, good afternoon. My name is Lillian Keruja Wakili, working for the Tharaka County Government. I'm also proud to say I added another feather to my hat. Now I am a certified secretary. So I can say I'm Wakili Lillian Keruja. So I'm presenting on women, livelihood, economic empowerment and childcare in the Tharaka County. As I had stated earlier during my panel meeting, the RCT, the mother of RCT was livelihood. It was one study divided in 3 components. We had the women livelihoods, labor force participation, and then we had the randomized trials for children. So the study, because it was so too wide, it was given to 3 PIs who took various studies, and we came up with different findings depending on the results of the findings. So what were the findings of the livelihoods? First, we did a survey according to the ecological zones. Okay, these were the introductions on which informed why we wanted to do this survey on women livelihoods, which was basically focusing on empowering women in the Tharaka County. I'll go in summary because of the time. I won't go as per the slides I have prepared because of the time constraints. And what were the objectives of this study? First, we wanted to establish what determines women livelihoods choices in the Tharaka County. Secondly, we wanted to establish in the study how different livelihoods will contribute to women empowerment in the county. After identifying that, we also wanted to know which are the challenges these women will face when undertaking these activities we have identified in the Tharaka County. Then we would go ahead and provide actionable recommendations to policy makers to foster women economic activities in the Tharaka County. Then, which methods did we use to get data from women when undertaking the study? We used a mixed approach whereby we collected data from samples of women in various socio-economic zones and background, and the 3 ecological zones. That is the upper zone, middle zone, and the lower zone, as it was provided, as it was stipulated earlier by Professor Nywele. The study, of course, took place between May and June 2022, and we were able to come up with various data, which we established that the livelihoods which women undertake mostly, the lion's share went to agriculture, that is over 71%. Casual labor came in second at 15%, so you can see the difference. And then 9, business and formal employment was at 3. So, based on this, based on the findings, the livelihood study wanted to strengthen the agricultural aspect of women.
and we went ahead and developed an agroecological study. I'm not going as per this because of the timings. So we went ahead and adapted a way of helping women better their livelihoods, because the study was meant to inform policy. So the team of the researchers, about 15 researchers, we developed a policy, an agroecology policy, which was adopted by the county government, and later we developed an agroecological act. So, the act has already gone through the life of parliament, and it's supposed to be published. If not this end of this month, next month we shall have an act out there. Amen. So I can say the livelihood was able to achieve the objective which it was meant to, because it was meant to come up to inform policy which will empower women on a day-to-day. And this was done by enacting a policy and later implementing an act to that effect. Thank you.
Oh, wow. So fast, eh? Thank you so much, Lillian, and for walking us through on women economic livelihood, economic empowerment, and what your research found. I would encourage you to take your question, put them down, and once we finish, you will be able to answer. So now I want to invite Professor Judith Wauto. She will be speaking to us on childcare, female labor supply, and time use among women in Tharaka Nithi County, Kenya. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon. I'm going to present on the effects of childcare and curriculum intervention on female labor force supply, childcare, and time use in Tharaka Nithi. That is my name, but I'm going to add also names of the team
Sorry,
members.
the mic. Mic.
Yes, let me begin. As I said, the title of my presentation is the effects of childcare curriculum intervention on female labor for supply, childcare and time use in Tharaka Nithi. I am the key presenter, but I'm going to include also the names of the team members. The presentation will focus on the following 8 areas. 1, a bit of a background. Number 2, study objectives. Number 3, methodology. Number 4, data collection and analysis. Number 5, the findings. Number 6, conclusion. And number 7, recommendations. And lastly, acknowledgements. Now, when we look at the background of childcare and women, we found that childcare is a major barrier to women's economic empowerment. According to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics of 2021, women spend 4.5 hours on unpaid care work versus men who spend only an hour a day, making a 3.5-hour daily gender gap. Again, women struggle to achieve work-life balance despite rising labor force participation. According to Delhi, OCA 2020, most economic inclusion programs in Africa fail to address this gender gap, and quality childcare promotes early childhood development and boosts women's labor force participation, according to Ajay 2022. And according to Control, low-cost childcare frees primary caregivers for employment. Now, what were the major objectives? 1 is the major objective was to determine the effects of childcare curriculum intervention on female labor force supply and time use in Tharaka Nithi. The specific objectives were three. One, to establish the socio-demographic characteristics of women whose 3-year-old were enrolled in the treatment and control group in Tharaka Nithi. Number two, to determine the effects of childcare intervention on female labor force supply for mothers whose 3-year-old were in the treatment and control group. And lastly, was to establish the effects of childcare intervention on child use of women with 3-year-old in the treatment as the control. You realize I'm just focusing on 3-year-old. During the preliminary this morning, they were focusing on about 5 different groups of children, 4-year-old, the control, and other children. So this is a narrowed sample. Methodology. This was part of the randomized control trial, which was presented, the design was presented this morning. And here, we are using, or we used 1,500 women with 3-year-old in 118 pre-primary schools. And then we had 900 caregivers in the 60 treatment schools and 600 women in the 58 control groups. Now, when you look at the kind of intervention the children were being exposed to, there were actually 5 sets. One, as you heard again this morning, enhanced curriculum. Number 2, additional caregiver. You heard that we had 63 caregivers. And then professional development for the caregivers. So we subjected them to a period of training. And later on we followed up with the booster training. And then of course there was we had 15 mentors who were coaching these caregivers. And of course the provision of teaching and learning, which you had this morning, were actually produced or sourced from Tharaka Nithi County. Now, what was the instrument we used for these women? We used the caregiver questionnaire, and then we did analysis by just looking at the descriptive as well as inferential statistics. We looked at the data for baseline, which was done in December 2023, midline, which was done in October, November 2024, and then we looked at endline, which was done in October, November 2025. Now, in terms of analytical approach, as I said, we used descriptive statistics, and we're looking at frequencies and proportion across control and treatment. We also did inferential statistics, chi-square test, and a comparison of group of proportion. And lastly, we did the general linear model, which we did in influential covariance modeling for women's labor, supply, and time use. So those are the statistics we use. Now, what are the findings? The first objective, I said, we are describing the demography of the women we studied. Here, if you look at our left, we are looking at the distribution of women, women's occupation by education. When you look at that figure, if you see the blue one is the casual, you see the pink is the employed, and the black is not employed. But according to what we saw from the data, we are finding that 43% of the casual workers had no education or were primary school dropout. And I think these findings relate to what we saw in the morning during the presentation. We are also seeing that 2.7% of unemployed women had no education or were primary school dropout. Again, tallying with what we saw in the morning. And then we are seeing that 54.5% of women, formerly employed women, had university degree. And I want to say that out of all these 1,500 women, there were only 66 women with the university. So the portion, whatever is low, the number is low. And this is what is showing. And then 25.8% of self-employed women at secondary and secondary level of education. So that's just the demography. Again, we looked at if the women worked in the last 7 days, And work here, as you saw in the morning, we are looking at work either on the farm or in the market. So that's the analysis we were doing here. As you saw in the morning, only 4% of the women were in formal employment. So the rest of them actually were in non-formal employment. So here, when you look at the time, let me read it first. The key finding, the intervention did not substantially change the likelihood of working between the groups. If you look at the 76% who are in the control versus 74% who are in the treatment, there's only a difference of 2%, which is very minimal. So to me, there isn't much difference. Now look at the key predictors of working women. We are finding that when we look at the time used at midline, it was positive at 0.724. Endline, it increased to 1.496, which means that being in the program longer was a positive predictor for women to be engaged, to be working the last 7 days. Again, when we looked at the education level, certificate, which was plus 0.886, diploma, you are seeing the Fikata University. Then we are also seeing that the higher education was a more, predictor to working in the last 7 days. Again, when you look at the region, we are seeing that residing in Mara is associated with high employment. The employment, as I said, is either working in the market or working on the farm. And then, again, when you look at the women with the under 5 children, again, you find that the proficiency was minus 0.399, showing that care responsibilities reduces probability of working. Now, when you look at mother-child activities over time, and here the activities we are looking at was childcare activities, playing, homework, and going out. So we looked at the baseline, we looked at midline, and we looked at the endline. We didn't see any significant difference in the engagement between the baseline and endline, but we noted that within the midline, activities went down, as you can see down there in the middle. Now, predictors of women working the past 7 days. Again, we said that women with children under 5, actually they were disadvantaged in terms of putting in, in terms of going to work. If you look at it, it's minus 0.399. But when you look at region, look at the education, between the, again, midline and endline, you find the effects are very high, according to that graph. Yeah. Now, when you look at hours worked in the market, again, we are looking at it in terms of marital status, married, separated, widow, endline, and age per year. When you look at all these other marital status, they are actually negatively associated with the number of hours worked, Yeah, so they didn't put in as much as earlier on. But when you look at age, this was a positive predictor. Yeah, so it shows that marital status is a striking factor, but also allow few women to work. So it's negative, as you see, the percentages are in negative. But older women worked more hours, as you can see from that figure there. Hours worked again on the farm. That was on the market, on the farm. Again, we are looking at the region, relative to Chuka. So we are saying Mara and Tharaka. In terms of hours worked on the farm, we see it is higher in the Mara at plus 5.695. Tharaka is plus 6.557. So we are saying here in this graph, location is a most powerful determinant, more so than personal, as we saw in the previous slides. Difference in the local opportunities, maybe infrastructure, and community support make farming more attainable. And when we looked at the geography of the map that Professor Nwere showed us in the morning, you can now relate it to this particular research. So geography itself can be a decisive factor, even more than education, age, and family structure when we saw the results. Again, when we look at number of days worked as predictors, we are saying at the end line, we saw number of days worked decrease relative to the baseline by that minus 0.309 at 5%, significance level. Education clearly pushed number of worked. We are also seeing good health and very good health. Both our strong positive predictors for number of days worked. And we are seeing Imara, again, regional being advantaged persists across, labor outcome. And age, we are seeing more women, more older women work slightly more days than younger ones. And again, looking at the children, those women with the children under 18, the coefficient is minus 0.157, which shows that family responsibility sometimes constrain these younger women from working. Temporal shift in the hours worked. Again, we are looking at a change in hours worked. Look at the coefficiency. We are seeing in terms of midline and the green there, and end line, it decreased. So midline was high, but the end line it came down. Then university education was high, as well as the region Mara. So we are saying that there is in that diagram, we are saying at midline there was worked increased, yeah, but the end line decreased. University education was a strong positive force, and Mara region also, made a difference. We say midline gain were not sustained when we look at the numbers of hours worked. Mothers helping with the homework, again, this came up in the morning, findings. We are seeing at the midline, we are seeing end line, and we are seeing the women with the children under 5, and also older women, they worked less. So what we're saying in terms of key predictors of homework and help time for children, we're saying marital status, whether you are married, separated, or widowed, all at a higher level compared to the people who are single. Of course, household with the children under 5, show a negative effect in terms of homework, and then we are also saying that homework time rose consistently from midline to end line, as you can see from those figures there. So, it became a positive outcome of the intervention. And then we are saying young mothers devote slightly more time, percentually reflecting differences in the energy and the parenting responsibility. That's why it is showing negative, as you can see from the figures. Again, mothers going out with children. Again, we are saying when you look at the midline and end line, it's positive at the midline, but the end line came down a little bit. Yeah, and then of course for the widowed, it went up. And then when you look at the Tharaka as a region, it went into the negative. So we are saying that going out time rose at midline and remained elevated at the end line at 0.292, which means that can be sustained. And then we are also seeing that unique circumstances of widowed women may enhance outing with the children. Maybe they have nobody to leave the child with at home. Tharaka residents who are disadvantaged was Chuka in terms of infrastructure and support because that differed. And of course, we're saying household with the children under 5 showed fewer outing compared to care demands. Now, in terms of declining mother-child play over time, again, we are seeing some negative in the research we are finding, but what is coming out as highlights is lower education level was associated with worse play outcome at minus 0.18. Tharaka and Mara both were disadvantaged in terms of the reference group, which was Chuka, and there was a decline in accelerated from midline to end line, a concern, in terms of trend of child development, And then regional context and mothers' education were the key drivers for playtime. What are we concluding from these findings? We are saying that the higher education level consistently increased labor supply, a powerful cross-cutting predictor. And I think you're going to see quite a bit of that. We're also saying that as the study progressed, labor force participation rose by endline, a significant productivity shift was identified, and age had a positive effect on the market hours worked with older women leveraging of experience and resources. And we are saying that women in Mara and Tharaka, spend significantly more hours on the farm compared to other areas. What we noted is the number of days worked reduced at end line of the intervention, showing that intervention did not increase overall labor supply. And we are also saying that good and very good health were strongly positive predictors of labor supply, and therefore there is need to invest in women's health. And mother's time helping children with homework increased at both midline and end line, regardless of marital status. And we are saying lastly that regardless of marital status, women invested more time than fathers in children's homework and play. I think you saw that in the morning presentation. So what are the recommendations that we are making out of these results? We are saying that the county government should scale this intervention by investing in education from play school. In other words, we are saying this project we presented should be upscaled, in order to improve, labor force supply for future mothers. The country should invest resources in health services because good health is strongly and consistently predictive of labor supply among women. We saw that from the data. And we are also saying that fathers should be encouraged to spend more time helping children with homework and play. That would mean redistribution of workload within the household and reduce women's unpaid care burden, and which is the principle of the care policy that was enacted last year. And then we are also saying that future intervention should target women in financial literacy, bookkeeping, provision of seed money, or direct economic empowerment along child care support. As you saw from this study, the women were not subjected to any intervention. We just assume that with this child care intervention, women would be able to get time to improve their economic empowerment. Right, before I end, I wanted just to acknowledge the people who have helped us. As you added this morning, the Gates Foundation, Kenyatta University, Tharaka Nithi, Common Goal Research, and the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Waudo, for enlightening us on women and childcare, female labor supply, and time use. And you can see how the different predictors otherwise you will find yourself down. So thank you so much. I want to believe that we have taken notes, and any question that we want to ask, you can ask after the last presenter make. The next presenter is Professor Simon Onywere. He is going to make a presentation focusing on effects of preschool intervention on child learning and women's economic empowerment in Tharaka Nithi, a randomized controlled trial. Welcome, Prof.
Good afternoon. Nilikula leo chuka, fresh chuka. Chuka amenileta leo sawa sawa. So you can start to breathe a bit. Well, sasa tu breathe kidogo. Na najua Addison anajua kufanya hiyo breathe in and out. Addison, breathe in and out. Watu wasilali. Sinaona hata kile ameshika kavuka.
Not even just breathe. Take your space. Take your space. Shake, 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 shake. We want to look for flowers. Mark green, mark red. Gather them, throw them. Look for them once more. Look for them once more. Gather them, put them up, throw them. Like
Okay. The rest are challenges me with the time. I wish I could be given 1 hour to take you through the reality of things. You can see I'm already way out into 1, 2, 3, 4, the 4th section. Much of what is there in the introduction section is actually the background, literature of what the study talks about. I introduce you in the morning to this county called Barakaniti. It is a different agroecological zone. From the image background, you can actually see the zonations up the mountain. And you can even see that the sub-counties are almost defined by the low zone, middle zone, and upper zone, the sub-counties. But you can also see the population densities in this area here. So, very interesting in terms of what can take place in those areas. I talked about the randomization, the distribution of these samples. This particular diagram contains the randomization numbers in terms of the treatment schools in blue with a black dot, in terms of the control schools in red, so you can see the distribution of those control schools, and then you can see the distribution of the control group children, and then the treatment children in yellow. So we will say, from the experimental point of view, the distribution was actually very nice, other than the schools here which did not comply with certain requirements, that then we missed them out. And I don't wish to go into the process of randomization. We already talked in it in the morning, and then there was the measurements, measuring what was achieved by the children, surveying the fathers, surveying the mothers, surveying the teachers, observing the classrooms. We did a lot of work. It's a lot of work for 2 years. I think Uko is agreeing because he was there. He knows he did a lot of work. Thank you. I know Teresa here is not shaking her head, but he did a lot of work.
I'm counting the time.
You count the time, no problem. The RCT intervention, we have come to think of it as a double-edged. It's double-edged. It will support the living mothers of care burden, and it will improve child development. The experiment has actually shown that. And many of the school activities focus on what to teach in the ECD domains: language, mathematics, psychomotor, environment, and religion. And of course, we have also seen the value of using a language which the children understand. We cannot overemphasize that. I can say Rose here, but that is it. The language the children understand. Then you can also see here that you need to really engage the children. These children were really engaged all the time. Perhaps that's what made the difference. They could do many things, they enjoyed many things, and they did group work, a small group work by themselves. The teacher will watch what they are doing and so on. I wish you could go to one of these schools. You will just say that, yes, this is what I want for my child. If you went to one of these schools and saw what they are doing, you will say that this is what you want for your child. we collected data on many variables. Another, it's up to, there are many, if you look at the table, there are many variables. So we can actually not claim to be able to tell you everything. But just a few things that I want to note. First of all, this is how some regions have been complaining that they were not represented. But this is how the children were distributed across the sub-counties. Obviously, Mahara sub-county had more, but Tharaka South also had some number. It doesn't really matter. But what is significant about this is that you can see here for the 3 years old here, 3 years blue, 3 years red. 3 years green, 4 years green, 4 years purple, or whatever color it is. So you can see, if you look at this, the number of boys are much more than the number of girls. If you look at this. But if you look at the 4 years old, the number of girls are much more than the number of boys. You can start to ask yourself what's happening. Maybe the mothers don't want their girls to go to school as young as they are. The boys can run about, but we haven't interpreted that data. It talks like that across the sub-counties. It talks like that across sub-counties. It has a meaning, and really when we'll be doing now the science work, we have to inject this meaning into the data. And therefore although overall, the number of boys then form 1.6% of our experimental children and 48.4% of the girls. So the presence of girls in schools is much more than that of boys, but the number of parts of girls to boys, the girls are more. I wish Ken BS was here. You know, all of you are just looking at me. In terms of birth records, the number of girls are more than, we bear more girls than boys. But in terms of school record, there are more boys going to school than girls. I think there's a problem. Okay. One, we'll see shortly what challenge that has brought. The father's presence, there are 42% of children live with absentee fathers. Tharaka, when I'm talking about Tharaka, I mean Tharaka-Nithi, that is not you now. Tharaka-Nithi in general. The fathers are not really at home. Anaonekana masaa fulani ama not at all. And then the female-headed household is also very high, 22.4, which is not now our social norm. So there could also be an issue there. So anyway, these are some of the statistics that we got from our data, and those descriptive statistics tell us something about the children. And we also realized that when we did now the measurements, the various measurements, and there's a series of measurements here. I might not go into the details about them, but at the beginning of the experiment, you can see when we did these measurements, at some point we realized that the children at the beginning of the experiment, the number of children who are developmentally on track was actually quite high. There's no problem about the bringing of children at home. When you talk to them, they are actually ready to go to school. There's no problem. Although there are a few, the blue bar, who are not developmentally on track. And we also measured how the wealth context, the level of wealth of the various mothers, influence the child developmentally on track. Whether they were, where you are, kama wewe unapata chapa, mtu akuchapa kibarua, ama mtu tu amekaa nyumbani ana kazi. How did that influence your participation in the child? In the development of the child. And of course, from the statistics, you can see them here. The highest quantile is actually a substantive fraction of the children who are developmental on track. It means they invest more money in supporting their children. They have the money to invest in supporting their children. And the lowest quantile, especially the second lowest quartile, has about 70. The children are 70% developmentally on track. Maskini pia anaweza kufanya, unafinya mtoto kidogo enda shule, na kufinya mtoto kidogo inamaanisha mtoto anakuwa depressed. Edina. Yeah, so there are some statistics related to development on track process. And then we also looked at the preschool domains in terms of preschool self-regulation, an aspect that was answered by the mothers. And if you look at these graphs here, you'll see that the scores of the total scores from baseline, midline, and so on. So we did some comparison because basically we wanted to see what changes were taking place across the years and across the groups. So we have the treatment group, we have the control in treatment group. It's a group we call, there was a group of children were identified in the schools that were carrying out the experiment, but we left them at home. We wanted to see whether there is contamination from the learning of the children who are in school. And you will see that the score increased. This is baseline, this is midline, this is endline. So the preschool self-regulation actually increased for these children in most of except for this one, in most of the groups. It's a slight difference here. But you can also see that the 4 years olders would be expected. They are able to respond to a number of questions or self-regulation questions and so on. And we have a mean here, how the mean presented itself. If you understand what preschool self-regulation means. I know Margaret understands this language very well. And now my friend Boniface has come to be part of the process for that. Of course, there were standard scores. The way we looked at those standard scores, we established behavioral means, established positive, affective, and we also established certain aspects, and we also related the information according to girls and boys. So, and you can see here, in terms of attention regulation, when you look at the boys and girls, well, interesting. In all domains, the girls are a bit higher. One of my girl students in the university are better than the boy student, unless you are kidogo. So the attention regulation, you can see in all the domains are slightly higher for the girls. Maybe no problem, but it's important. And then there was another variable we were interested in called background self-screening, which also built into IDELA. And you'll also see from this graph that for the baseline, midline, and endline, and the groups, you'll also see that it was actually increasing, not so much for the 4 years old. There is a particular depression. There was a particular depression in midline. I don't exactly know what contributed to that. Maybe another will tell us, but in the general, the groups across the periods, across the time period of the experiment, showed a general increase in improvement of the mean score of IDELA at baseline, midline, and endline. And this is the results we were presenting earlier in the day. And of course, there are many dimensions of presenting these results. We looked at the performance by gender, and you can see that there is slight variations in performance by gender in terms of proportion for female and male. Generally, I need power. My cable is there. Okay, power. So there are those measurements. There are many things about children, by the way. My colleagues will also be presenting some of these in the course of the programs tomorrow. And I urge you if you are interested in matters children, just go to those forums for children. But there are also people who are interested in women's economic empowerment. And if you are interested in women's economic empowerment, one of the things we saw from the beginning, and baseline, is that actually 66.6% of women have primary school education. They have a certificate in primary school. How about you? They have a primary certificate. They have, when we talk about the, I'm not sure how you figure this out. We had many days of understanding one another. 1 minute. But you see, power is disturbing me. Yes, I saw it. Okay, so one of the things you'll notice here, and I want to present this graph, therefore there might be some cross information that we receive. But one of the key things about the county is that 66.6% of the women that we worked with, 1,300 or something women we worked with, 66% have primary or no education. You know, those who have not gone to school. But you know, the graph here also separates each of the groups. And you can immediately see from this graph, the purple color here are those people who are employed. So if you are in this group which have certificate, there's some employment. Okay? If you are in this group which have diploma, there's employment actually quite large. If you are in this group which has no schooling or they are primary school dropout, actually they are 1 or 3 people employed. If you are in this group which had dropped out of secondary school but they have a primary certificate, there's some employment. And so on and so on. So it tells us that it is important for you to, for the women to enter the job market. It is important that they have some education. And then you will see then majority of them, because of lack of qualification, they're just in the farms or in some who are casual. This blue bar, you can see the blue bar is way up. They are casual workers. And then there's a good group of them who are subsistence farmers. Wanalima tu kwa shamba, wanadepend kwa shamba, the green pass. And this is by education level, and you can see that those people who have dropped out of secondary school, wengi ni wakulima. The same with those who have not gone to school. And even though the numbers now, according to the samples, are small, but the bars also give us an illustration of what this is. There's some chi-square information there. Then there is this interesting graph on how the time use, how the time varied in the course of the experiment. It's actually very interesting. You can see that the childcare who feed na clean watoto reduced over the two-year period. They reduced. Initially they were spending 2.8 hours to clean and feed the children. Then they dropped to 2 hours. Then it came to 1.8. So that means the children went to school also, took up some time off for them, because during the day the mother has to feed the child. That time is not now spent feeding the child. So they recovered some time. How they were using the time, I have no idea. Or the data will also show us. But you can also see in playing with the children. I'm not sure why the time for playing for the children reduced, but in helping child with homework, which is one of the questions that was asked, you can see it was increasing, or it was a very small value. And then going out with out of the household with the child, it also slightly increased. So there are explanations we had for that, and also performing various tasks. Also, you can see the time changes. You can then imagine how these women started playing around with their time. There were some changes because of the experiment. You can immediately see that the gray compared with the yellow, there was actually an increase. I don't know what happened in the third year. In the second year, there was a slight drop, and maybe Mary can tell us what happened. Maybe they were not teaching more or what in the second year. And they are of course, whether they worked in the last 7 days, there's some data which we have presented here in terms of that work habit and how much time they spend in working and so on. There's really true information covering the various facets of what women could do in terms of the work that they are engaged in. Before the rest tells me must now sit it down, there was the issue of monthly earnings. They are also shown in these graphs. I hope you'll be able to get access to this. Obviously, we are going to publish some of this information, and they will get access to some of these things. There is the issue of childcare burden and gender norms, and there is an interesting comparison here, which now tells us this is the baseline information. It's a glass which you can just swipe like this to see what happened in the midline. And I want you to focus on the black line, this black line here. So you can see this, the lower one is the baseline. So you can see it reduced, it decreased. And you can see there are changes in these graphs. And there are percentages given in terms of what variation was there in decision making. For example, here you can see the decision making for the black one is when it came to midline, slightly decreased. So there was some apportionment of activities between men and women, and therefore generally them agreeing on what they needed to do in terms of participating in work environment and agreeing with one another who does what. I think I'm happy with, if you want me to go to the recommendation. The recommendations are here. We've given a bit of recommendation. Of course, there's a dilemma in balancing childcare and the paid work. Introducing playgroup in public grammar schools with the impact on the children's early development. We have seen that. But it also gives some mothers time. And Costa's tried to illustrate that not all mothers, it depends on the circumstance they are living in. And basically, I've not shown you the data here, but we have also data that compares the performance of women who are married, who are not married, who are divorced, together with the performance of their children. We also have data. We also have data about their religious backgrounds and that. Playground intervention will require provision of affordable curriculum-based learning materials supported and environmentally appropriate quality childcare. This is the basis. We talked about this in the morning, and the policy to allow 3 years old children to enroll for playgroup classes within the ECD system needs to be put in place. We don't have that, but the county has put one, but we have been told many times that it is limiting because it's not bringing resources. The county still has to get the exchequer or the national level to say, yes, we are going to be giving you this amount of money to the county for servicing playgroup children. If that one is not there, the county has to look for money in other means. I think that's one of the challenges in terms of scaling this experiment. Teresa, thank you very much for being patient.
Okay, give him a clap. I think I will seek clarification from the MC to interpret what 7 minutes mean, because when she gave me 7 minutes. So next we are going to have Edna Gentai from Murang'a University. She's going to make a presentation focusing on governing digital financial inclusion for women economic empowerment in Kenya, evidence from Juja and Ruiru sub-counties. Welcome, Edna.
Thank you, Prof. Good evening, everyone. Being the last one standing between you and your friend, it's either you are going to listen to everything or you are not going to listen to anything. So I make it very brief. Dr. Edna, I am in 2 areas of specialization: the public policy and administration, and leadership and governance. We have introduced the projects that were there before. I was in one of the projects, which was Women in Governance, And I developed the interest of women empowerment. That's why I went ahead and did individual research to see what else affects these women in actually becoming empowered economically. So this research I did in Juja and in sub-counties. What I mean in digital finance in this paper is the integration of digital technologies into financial services to improve access, efficiency, affordability, and inclusivity of financial transaction and non-financial management. Women entrepreneurs face structural financial barriers despite growth in digital finance due to digital collateral, financial literacy gaps, and institutional biases. There is need to ensure that the rights of women and girls across all the poles will get justice, inclusion in economies that work for all, for sustainability, in shared environment, now and even the future generation. I'm not going to burden you with so many things. What is the issue of this problem, the study, that is the research problem, was that this digital financial inclusion has not fully translated into sustainable empowerment for women, especially the entrepreneurs. Studies indicate that 40% of the global female population still lack access to formal financial services because of these structural inequalities, the gender disparities, digital divides, high cost of credit costs, and a limited financial literacy. As you can see, the lady being shown that are paid. So they could prefer the old method of payment. The objective was how the governance digital financial inclusion has influenced this economic empowerment in Kenya. And this study was informed by financial intermediation theory and governance perspective, which explains how financial institutions channel funds from saving to borrowers while also reducing the transaction cost and information asymmetry. In the digital era, mobile banking platform, fintech systems in digital banking act as a virtual financial intermediaries by reducing the cost of the transaction cost, expanding financial access, and improving efficiency in service delivery. So this study was to integrate the governance perspective by arguing that digital financial inclusion promotes women economic empowerment only when supported by strong institutions, inclusive policies, and consumer protection and financial literacy interventions. We are using mixed methods of research, and the target population was 300 and a population, a sample size of 150. Majority of these women were the age of 45 to 54. That is a middle age, although the other age also was represented. But the low representation of the younger entrepreneurs may indicate that the limited young participation in small and medium enterprises, ownership, and low engagement in cooperative and financial systems. And study shows that older women entrepreneurs were able to overcome gender and age-related barriers to enact entrepreneurship as a means of empowerment compared to younger ones. In terms of level of education, majority attain secondary level of education, although the other even postgraduate were also represented. In terms of the business characteristics, majority of these women were retail business, and they had employed 1 to 5 employees, earning up to 100,000 per month in their business. Now, the benefit that they indicated with the digital finance was one is the accessibility. 75% of these respondents indicated that the mobile banking, for example, had reduced the travel, administrative costs, and improved efficiency. They said mobile banking improved the accessibility to access to liquidity management and business resilience. Some were saying it makes our work easier. Like the lady there, as she continues selling the products for the day, she was able to pay for the next day's products. And they say it is convenient, you can even pay at home or wherever you are. The second benefit from it was the improved financial access. About 68% of them say that you can access loan through the bank, through the mobile, maybe through the bank apps or the mobile services. You could also save the money from in your phone without going to the bank. The third benefit was the privacy and financial autonomy. Around 55% of them, they highlighted that confidentiality, which every woman would want. Remember, in the morning we were told that if she has 100, she will save the 90 for the family, and she can give away the 10. But nobody will know that she has the 100. So this is the case for some of them. They were saying you're the only person who knows how much you have, and that one was giving them a confidence of this digital. Then what is the problem if those are the benefits that they have? Now, one of the problems is the digital divide. You can see the old lady who is struggling to see. They were calling it the phone that you swap, not a smartphone, because majority of them they were having, they call it Katululu, others were calling Mulikamuisi, and they were so confident about that. So I was asking them, how do you even get to know what is happening? The technology, how are you going to advertise your business? And they were struggling on this issue of literacy and the fraud. Apparently, those who used to call, they were calling it people from committee. I didn't want to put it on paper because we didn't find them to be from committee, that they were only calling women. There were no single day that they have ever called a man. So these frauds were actually affecting women. And then the high rates, interest rates. Of course, when you deposit, they deduct, and also when you withdraw. So they said keeping money in the bank was perceived to be for the rich, or they have the stable income. And they also fear, most of them fear the default. And they were saying their partners will not be responsible in case they default. But the opposite was true. A man could take a loan comfortably, but a lady will support the husband in case he defaults. But if the lady defaults, then the partner will not support. That is one of the issues that these women are going through. So, and according to the research of UNDP, they were saying that women are 20% are less likely than men to have a bank account, and around 17% less likely to secure for one dollar. So they would prefer to use the little they have or borrow a friend. And then we have the weak financial consumer protection mechanism, which is 62% of them indicated that they have experienced network connectivity. And this is where many of the customers were taking advantage of women. Because the network has good faith, sometimes they will say, I will not disappear in case the transaction does not go through. And that is where they were getting a lot of losses. Others were even reversing the money when they paid through the mobile. Apparently, I remember in Chuja Market, none has ever reversed a man's money. All of them, it was only ladies. So, and this one made women become vulnerable. Also, there was another tactic that they could copy-paste. This person has one spot from you, so he has all the names, and the codes are so okay, and they only edit the time and the amount. So those are the costs that these women were going through. And this, according to research, also says it creates lack of trust, even in this banking system. Now, the findings from the key informants that we collected the data from, that is from the cooperative banks, the SACCOs, and the service providers, Safaricom and Equity Bank. They indicated that digital financial services have significantly improved the access to financial transaction efficiency among this business, resilience among the women born. Some of them told us they indicated interventions. One of the interventions for Safaricom, they have introduced what we call Pochi La Biashara. When you pay through Pochi La Biashara, you cannot reverse. So that is one of the interventions that women could utilize. When you also pay through the till or pay bill, you are not able to reverse. And by the time this research was being conducted, they had introduced nowadays if you send money to somebody, there are 3 digits that are hidden. So you wouldn't know whom you had sent the money. Those are some of the interventions. And for the banks, they say you need 2 passwords before you access the money. So what is the role of the cooperatives? So they need to provide that trust lending mechanism to enable women entrepreneurs to access these financial services without these string collateral requirements. Because in a family, like in a community I come from, if I buy a land, it has to be in my husband's name, even if he's not working. So the next time I want to borrow a loan, then I need to borrow that item from him. And if he says no, then I get access. So the cooperative banks need to give women without this string collateral. Another one, cooperative institutions need to contribute in financial education and mentorship in these women, that they should not fear to take loan. If Kenya has a loan, who are you not to take a loan? And then we have governance gaps, which we are saying this is the issue, which can sort out these issues of digital financial. This week, coordination between the financial institutions, the county government structures, and even digital credit providers. You've seen one service provider or one bank providing something, the other one will duplicate it. So that weak coordination really confuses women, and it will continue having that issue. These limited collaborations among the stakeholders in these issues of education, inadequate consumer protection, and insufficient financial literacy support. You've seen, if you look at your apps for Safaricom, because you must be able to Safaricom line if you are a Kenyan. So there are so many benefits that you can see, but they have not come out to educate people on what is happening there. Maybe the other service providers could be having also so many benefits that women or anybody else can benefit. Another one, there is weak regulation oversight from digital credit platform, exposing women entrepreneurs into high rates, hidden charges, and explosive lending practices. In fact, majority of these women didn't even know that they can borrow from there is women funds. So this is the issue that the county government needs to come and also teach women on this. Then the poor network, the infrastructure, which limit this policy implementation to the county level with this constrained utilization of digital financial services. Because it is interesting, it is not in the meeting, but some of our county governments, where I come, you move for distance to get network to call someone. So what about sending and receiving money? In conclusion, we are saying digital financial inclusion presents a transformative opportunity for women economic empowerment in Kenya. However, without strong governance, structures, and institutional coordination, its impact remains limited. A multi-level governance approach that integrates digital financial system, cooperative institutions, and local governance framework is essential for sustainable empowerment for women-led medium and small enterprises. So the county government, the national government, they need to integrate together with institutions like even institutions of running and these financial institutions. So the study recommends that there is need to strengthen digital financial literacy and mentorship programs for women. There is need for regulation of digital credit markets. We know the policies are there. Kenya has a lot of good policies, but implementation is the problem. Integration of cooperative and digital financial platform. We need promotion of gender-responsive financial products. And finally, to strengthen county-level financial inclusion and governance. And with all those many remarks before Prof came, thank you.
Give a clap, a round of applause. A very interesting study, findings, and when somebody starts by saying, I will be brief. So thank you so much, my presenters, for the presentations that you have made this afternoon. And because interpretation of time was a challenge, I want to allow maybe 4 questions, meaning a question per presenter, okay? So that you can get clarity. Looking at the presentations that have been made, they are eye-opening. And if you want to have some more clarity, please raise up your hand. We'll take your question. And my presenters, please be ready with a pen and paper, and we answer. Who wants to go first? Professor Thorwa. Do you have a microphone that is here? Mobile. Okay.
Waziri Lucy.
Lillian.
Okay. You said that you have a policy. I was wondering, what are some of the things that the policy, how does the policy support women in agriculture? How is it going to be?
Okay. That's all. Yes, because I'm not seeing another.
For Edna, which is the example of gender financial product.
Okay. So, yes, Dr. Adol.
Yes. Thank you, Chair.
I hope you are taking those note of the questions. Yes, Dr. Adol.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mine was just on recommendation by Professor Waudo.
She's not here.
Yeah, was that the county should invest resources in human resource to make a strong, health is a strong predictor. But he only indicated that the county should invest in health services in order to make these women more strong. But I think also it should invest more in agriculture, because food is key for a strong body. Not only the health services, but also in agriculture, because to have a strong lady and a strong children, we need food. So the two must be going hand in hand. Then just a small comment also on what Dr. Edna has indicated. The threats, I think, facing some of the entrepreneurs also is the increasing number of Shylocks, because the Shylocks are eating much into their finances with very high interest, and they affect these entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Any more question? Okay, I have a question. Not a question, I don't know whether it's a comment to Edna. She talked about digital financial literacy. Even without going digitally, how many of us are financially literate, apart from those of you who are in the economic whatever? I'm saying this because the other day my daughter was challenging me, Mommy, you are financially illiterate. Because she was trying to teach me. So when I was listening to her present, I thought this is an area that all of us, literally, we need to be enlightened on. So for me, it was an eye-opening. So Lillian, your question on how policy is supporting.
Thank you. The agroecology policy, basically, its main feature is it tries to bring on board or to encourage women and farmers in general to adapt methods of farming which are to go back to the conventional methods of farming, whereby they do not use things like fertilizers. They do the pesticides and stuff like that. So for instance, if it comes to, let's say when it comes to kitchen garden, when you plant or when a woman plants their vegetation, they don't invest in pesticides, fertilizers, and things like that. They go they farm in an organic way. For instance, when they plant their vegetables, they will use
the chicken manure or the rabbit manure to plant. And when it comes to pesticides, they plant the vegetables alongside other vegetables which repel the insects. I don't know how I will call it because it's not, I don't like in Kichuka, we call it mabangi, not the normal bangi, but there are some those plants they will repel, they will repel insects which come to destroy. So when women are taught, when these organic methods are adapted, women are able to venture more into farming because the cost is minimal. And then in the policy now, they are proposing to establish markets. Like now, if you farm organically and for sure the county establishes you're doing organic farming, then there's a way they will buy your products. So the cost of farming goes down because of the methods which are introduced and the natives' way of planting. And then even though the rates are not enough, because the seedlings which are planted are the ones which are not modified, they adapt more according to our climatic changes. So in that case, you see the women who are in agriculture will have more yields. Secondly, they will use less resources when it comes to farming. And that, there is also the aspect of markets, which will empower them more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm now wondering how available these repellents are, the repellent plants are. No, just leave it. I was making a comment. So now we move to Edna. I can see our MCs here. Yes.
Thank you, Prof. What I mean by gendered financial products is products like microfinance, micro loans, where women are not pay a lot of interest, the saving products with low interest, even M-Pesa. M-Pesa should also have a low interest for women or even liquid money. And the group lending, like the merry-go-round. This is what these women were actually utilizing. Apparently they were utilizing Shiloh rather than bank, because for bank they will need a collateral. And thank you, Prof, for that financial literacy. I was told that if you get an increase of 10,000 and you go buy a dress of 8,000, you know you are not financial literacy.
Thank you so much. The last question, it was a comment I believe from Dr. Adol to Professor Waudo, because she was not here. It's important she hears. Professor Adol, Dr. Adol was had a comment where you had given a recommendation that the county government should invest on human resource in health services, and he felt you should also include another recommendation that they should also invest in agriculture, because if you do well in agriculture, you will eat well and you will be healthy. So it was a comment. So good people, thank you so much for your persistency. I was given 40 minutes, we have gone so far. So may you clap for yourself, one clap. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Moma. You have done well. And thank you, presenters. So let's clap for ourselves again. One clap. Yeah, so it is my humble submission that at this juncture we wind up for the day. But before we do that, we will put ourselves into the hands of God, so that tomorrow and the rest of the day, God is able to protect us. So we are winding up and we're going for refreshments, and then after that we will take leave until tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. So I'll request that you rise as we humble ourselves and thank God for the day that has been. I'm waiting for all of us to rise. Okay, let's humble ourselves and believe.
art in heaven, we come before thee this evening, Jehovah God, as weak as we are, oh Father, that we may have not done things right, we may have gone astray, but we want to ask you, Jehovah God, to forgive us our sins and bring us back to your fold. Thank you for the gift of life. Thank you for the gift of the conference. Thank you for the wonderful insights that we had from the various researchers. We want to pray that Jehovah God, let these researchers not just rest in the shelves, but let the researchers be able to inform policy and practice. And let us be able to use them to transform lives of both the children and the families, the households. We want to thank you that even for whatever we've had, the meals, the good deliberations of Father, may we be able to implement each and everything, and may we be able to use everything for the benefit of us and the society. Even as we retreat now to go and take refreshments and finally go and rest for the day, we still want to ask you to imbue your love in everything, fashion our steps even as we retire. Be with us and may you sanctify and bless everything that we're going to take. In the mighty name of Jesus that I pray and believe. Amen. Thank you very much. So we can take leave, we go take refreshments, and then we relax, we retire, wait for tomorrow.